The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of the 2023 Spring Chess Classic. My name is Julian Proleiko and I'm joined by women's Grandmaster Tatev Abrahamyan. And today we get to look at some fighting games in the final round of this tournament.
Welcome everyone to the final round of the Spring Chess Classic. We're going to crown two champions today no matter what. If there's a tiebreak, if there's a two-way tiebreak, four-way tiebreak, six-way tiebreak, at the end of the day we're going to have a winner. And let's take a look at the standings and see what we have ahead of us. And entering the day, we have a three-way tie for first place between Benjamin Gledura, who won his game, and he was playing Dariusz Swiercz, and he leapfrogged Dariusz Swiercz and joined the lead with Christopher Yu and Benjamin Buck. And we have a pack of players, Sam Sevian, Illia Nyzhnyk, Dariusz Swiercz, and Yasser Quesada, who also won his game yesterday, joining half a point behind the leaders. And in Group B, we have a sole leader, Felix Blohberger, who was playing Jason Liang, that really long game yesterday. He had a bit of a scare with the white pieces. He was under pressure, but managed to draw the game and is entering this round a full point ahead of Jason Liang. So all he needs to do is score today half a point, a full point, and he will be guaranteed to take the section.
If you're just joining us, the tournament format is the players will be playing game in 90 for the first 40 moves. Then after move 40, they will receive an extra 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And throughout the entire game, they receive a 30-second increment. So after each move, they will receive an additional 30 seconds. So today is the final day. There will be no more rounds after this round, but there will be a playoff potentially if Christopher Yu does not win his game. Then there will be a playoff where the games will be decided by a game in 10 minutes with a 25-second delay. And if that doesn't crown a winner, then there will be an Armageddon game where white will receive 5 minutes and black will receive 4 minutes with draw odds.
And let's take a look at the pairings and see where we are. And we did see the players in the playing hall. And in Group A, we have two key matchups. The two leaders playing each other, the Battle of the Benjamins, Benjamin Buck versus Benjamin Gledura. And actually, this game has already ended in a draw. So these two players are tied for first place. And the only way for us to have a clear winner if Christopher Yu is able to defeat Yasser Quesada Perez with the black pieces. So this will be our two key matchups of the day. So let's take a look at what has happened. We can quickly look at the game between Buck and Gledura to see how that game ended. So it ended in a three-fold repetition. So Buck is playing with the white pieces, and we have a Slav, and we have an exchange Slav.
Very, very solid.
And in this position, so because black is going to play e6, it makes sense to give up the bishop because all these pawns are in the light squares. So bishop goes to d3, knight b4, bishop is forced to go to b1. Of course, white wants to save the bishop and also cover this square. Bishop d6, rook goes to c8. Very symmetrical position, pawn structure on the king side, and now we're going to see a repetition.
This is a funny repetition. Bishop h4 threatening to double the pawns, bishop e7 to unpin, and then bishop g3 trying to preserve the bishop pair, I suppose, I guess. Black was, actually I'm not even sure if black was really threatening very much, but I think that Bach was more than happy just to try to secure a tie for first.
Yeah, and take his chances in the playoffs. I don't think they were expecting to have such a huge tie. And so far they're tied for first place, and there are actually a number of players who can join them. So first we have to look at this Christopher Yu game, and unfortunately for Christopher, in this position he is down a piece. He does have a lot of pawns for it, but there's this c pawn that is running. If we took the c5 pawn off the board, then black would have some good fighting chances. But with this pawn on the board, and it's hard to imagine any kind of perpetual, because I believe I should be able to run to b2 where I will be safe. For example, if check.
Even queen d4, right?
Yeah, queen d4 here is actually quite strong. And of course, any kind of exchange, this will be a loss because this pawn will queen very quickly. This pawn is, if I can move the pieces, so this pawn already will queen with the assistance of this bishop. So this will be game over. So the trade of queens just loses immediately. And I don't see any perpetuals once the king goes to b2 and the queen goes to c3. And once we get that configuration, so let's say if I don't have queen d4, I don't play queen d4. Once I get my queen on c3, not only do you not have any checks, I also put my queen behind the pawn and I will start pushing this pawn. And it's very difficult for these 3 pawns to move. And if you move, for example, this f5 pawn ever moves, I think you might also find that your king might be in danger if I'm able to put my bishop on this diagonal. So this position looks lost for Christopher. We can take a look and see how we got here. Let me go all the way back.
Of course, it's a Sicilian.
But he did not play a knight. Oh, queen c7, bishop b2. Yeah, there are many moves in this position. f4 is a move, bishop b3 is a move, bishop b2, g4 is a move, a3 is a move. I feel like there are some Sicilians against which you can just play any move. Bishop b2 against Nidor, for example, right? There's queen d2, bishop d2, h4, h3,
They
a3.
even play a3, yeah.
So knight f6. So castling kingside. There's lines where a white can castle queenside, but he tries to play more solid. And we did talk to Quesada Perez yesterday, and he was saying that last time he played Christopher was in the Continental, and it was a draw. So he was expecting some.
Yeah, I was looking at lines that were similar. This was a while ago, but I was looking at lines similar to this for black, and I always found that the knight on c6 is pretty annoying. You would rather have your knight on d7, I think, in these lines. So I think the claim for white is, with this classical setup, that the knight's like just a little bit misplaced on c6. You would rather have a6, knight d7 as your setup.
Yeah, and in a lot of, in the classical Sicilian, the knight goes to c6, but in the Nidors, the knight goes to d7 to c5. In Scheveningen, in a lot of positions, it goes to c5 sometimes. It goes to d7, a6, b5, and then goes to c4. a6 and queen e1, and takes, queen g3. This is a very common idea, bringing the move to the queen side, and king side, and white is starting an attack. The rook will go on e1, the bishop can go either f3 or d3, and then e5, and slowly building an attack. So bishop b7 is already threatening b4 to take the pawn, so he prevents it. Rook goes to e1. Bishop d3, and these bishops look pretty menacing. Looking at the king, there's nothing here so far because you don't want to take on f6. If you go e5 in some positions, if these pawns get traded off, if you manage to get it to an endgame, then this pawn actually becomes a weakness. We did see that game against Dariusz Swiercz and Abhi Mishra, where there was a Sicilian endgame, and we saw black was just cruising. Black's position was just so comfortable. I mean, it wasn't enough to win the game, but the position was just simply comfortable. But for black to reach that position, he needs to survive, and rook c8. So rook c8, we see the bar immediately changes, and the problem with a move like rook c8, immediately e5 is very scary, because if you do something like this, I was wondering if I can take... queen. That's too bad.
Yeah, the queen trade saves black's life there. Otherwise, I think black would have been in trouble.
But once the rook moves, this f5 moves become so much scary. And the point I was trying to make, because in some lines when this rook moves and you have to move your knight, there's all kinds of sacrifices associated with it, with this kind of ideas. Maybe it doesn't work right here, but the rook usually wants to stay on f8 and is not very happy to be moving from f8.
Yeah, there's a famous Wei game, I believe, against Brazone Batista, where he won in this structure after e5, and then he played some rook f7 sacrifice. Very famous game.
And rook f3 is played instead, queen h3. Now e5 is a very big threat. Also rook g3. So white here is attacking with the pieces rather with the pawns, and in a lot of Sicilians, when we castle opposite sides, we see pawn attacks, but here it's bringing all the pieces in.
Yeah, I think when you castle kingside in the Sicilian, you don't really want to go g4 because the bishop on b7 lined up with the king will be tactically vulnerable in the future.
So g6 is played because e5 opening this bishop was already extremely dangerous. So rook g3, e5. So I think black needs to do something like this. You cannot just live with this threat of e5 forever. So takes and takes the pawn and rook c5. Really nice, really nice rook lift. So if I move this, I think this queen is trapped.
It's trapped, yeah.
It's kind of find a way to trap the queen, but it's like a self-trap, right? It's one of those puzzles where you have to find a way to like self-checkmate or self, I guess, trap your queen here. So knight goes to d5, which makes a lot of sense to me because we want to open this diagonal. So takes. I was thinking about takes. I don't think, unfortunately, this tactic doesn't work because bishop h4. But this looks extremely dangerous. Maybe I can.
Bishop g. Oh, you want to do it the other way? I was thinking bishop g6 first, but
yeah, maybe I don't need to give up. So you cannot take this way because of the check, and the queen comes.
Yeah, and rook f1. Yeah.
I mean, this is just enough to. So maybe this is your...
bishop g7, right?
Yeah. I was thinking rook f3, but the idea is you cannot take. This leads to mate, but instead bishop g7, and we just collect everything. So for this reason, he did not take. So this knight actually needs to stay here. And now rook goes to e3, switching gears. So actually, there's been a big changes in the position, right? All the central pawns came off. And e-file is open, and white has the bishop pair. So I think this bishop pair can be really scary, and especially white is happy that this bishop is gone.
Right. Yeah, I must say, even though the computer evaluates this position as approximately equal, I would prefer to play with white, just the open position with the bishop pair, as it always is a nice feeling.
And he plays bishop d6, which is a very strong move, and you cannot preserve your bishop because, again, there's rook h5, and you lose your h2 pawn, which is kind of hard to imagine, that in this position you can lose your h2 pawn. Instead, he plays b4, and inspired, I guess, by the World Championship game, he sacrifices an exchange. Bishop f4. So he's playing for compensation here. The rook goes back. So this pawn is falling.
So bishop h2 is where things went wrong. So actually, Christopher was playing like quite a nice game. Okay, at some moment maybe he was much worse with some precise play by white, but he had some nice ideas. And then I guess bishop h2 is not so good because of g4. Yeah.
And
rook h2.
So he must have overlooked this g4 move because it brings the rook into the defense. So he should have taken this way. And can I move my bishop somewhere?
Just play for compensation.
Yeah, and I have how many pawns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have a pawn and better structure, opposite colored bishops. Yeah. And my rook will come back, probably going after this pawn. But I think you can put this pawn on c6 and hang on to it.
White would really like to play rook e7 here, but I think that runs into queen d4 is what I was going to say, but maybe you can play queen e3 there and be okay, because queen f2 would fail to rook h1, but queen e3, I didn't see what the tactical shot was.
I think you just get mated here.
Yeah, checkmate.
Because we're covering this, and you cannot escape because this hangs either way.
Wait, so that means you have to play rook e3 after queen d4, which...
This rook, right?
Yeah. Which feels like compensation.
f4. But if you take here, I will take here. So something like this. And now this is hanging. It's actually funny. This is not hanging, right? Because you have knight g4.
Oh, so we can even take on c5 maybe. So queen c5.
c5, unfortunately.
Oh, I held
this position is very loose. I think black has to be very precise to hang on to everything. Because even though I cannot tactically take your pieces as of right now, they're still a bit loose.
Yeah. So very, very tricky, which is why you would prefer to play bishop h2, because from an attacking perspective, if we can move our bishop away, the rook on h5 is a good attacker. I think, you just missed this g4 idea with the discovered attack with the rook on e2.
But surprisingly, he's not just going to be losing a rook here. He still has a resource after knight g4, and you pick up the other rook. But unfortunately, the knight hangs. And now we will see how we got to the final position.
Queen b4 is nice, just everything is defended. A3 is defended, C5 is defended, and we're booting the queen out of C3.
So it starts checking, queen e5. He went queen d1, queen e3. And so this move is a bit annoying because your idea is to check me on these diagonals and not allow me to go to c1. And I think if I check this...
Yeah, then queen g... Oh, yeah, I was going to say queen g1 to g2, but queen f3 is a simpler fork.
So I think king d2 was a little more accurate because I'm threatening... Am I threatening? No, I'm not threatening king c1 because he'll go there. So what am I? Let's say you make a move.
You're maybe trying to dominate the queen, like somehow with the king. Like there's no queen e3 anymore, and if you check me, then king c3 is an improvement.
What did you want to play, sorry?
Queen c3 is interesting.
Queen c3, I think you actually run into perpetual because you need this queen key square for your king. Can I push here?
Yeah, king
I cannot
c3.
go c3 again.
Oh, queen f6. So many queen forks.
So what do I do here? So here maybe I can...
Yeah, you
can
must.
I
And then
zigzag? Because...
you have queen e1 after queen g1.
Yeah, this is very strong. And if here I can go... here?
c1.
Yeah, okay, once I go to b1, I'm perfectly safe. That's it. With my queen on e1. And then my queen will go to c3. And that will be the end. But he played king d1, and queen e3 is actually a really annoying move. It's a quiet move, it's not a check. So maybe, you're calculating checks, and you're like, okay, if he goes queen h5, then king c1, I ran away. But then your opponent makes a quiet move, and now you have to find a move, because queen c3 is possible, but runs into this. And if queen e1 here, this pawn hangs, and if you go king d2, then
It's hard to escape the checks.
Yeah. And here actually, I have to be... Yeah,
Careful
I have to
not
check
to
it
lose.
for...
Yeah, king d4, queen f6 would be an unfortunate way to lose the game.
So white has to find some kind of a move here.
Yeah, I was thinking about a4. I don't know what you think about that.
So I have to take, right?
Yeah, then my point was maybe I can even... Okay. I was thinking about taking on a6, but it's very scary to do so. Because now you can go a3 or something, and I have to worry about losing the game. So I don't like that so much.
So
anymore.
let's try some checks. Yeah, I don't like... I mean, this is a bit scary.
Yeah, probably I shouldn't allow my opponent so much counterplay.
But what else can we do? We don't actually have that many moves. This pawn is hanging, so the queen... It's a bit of a funny zugzwang here. Can I go here? But now I cannot run because you have this check.
Yeah, we have to return to protect the bishop on e2. It's very unfortunate.
Wow, this queen e3, what a resource.
Wow. So even though objectively Christopher might be losing, so losing this game would put him out of contention for first. So he's definitely fighting as hard as he can, even if the position objectively isn't that good for him right now. He has real fighting chances and is trying to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I see Yasser, he looks a bit nervous, I think. Maybe he's realizing he doesn't have too many moves in the position. Actually, he doesn't, because a lot of the moves we're trying to make hangs the pawn. So the queen actually cannot move. Because if you go to c3, you run into a perpetual. If you go somewhere else, I take on c5, and then the fight starts all over again. I now have 3 pawns for the piece, and that's just a fight. And you just don't have too many moves. So I think a4 by process of elimination might be the only move. But I can sense that he's a bit annoyed, and Christopher is up 35 minutes on the clock.
Every day, Christopher's up 35 minutes on the clock.
And he found a very important defensive resource. This kind of quiet moves in this types of positions are very annoying, because when you have this kind of exposed king against the queen, you're constantly looking for checks. Mm-hmm. Like every move you're like, okay, I don't want to blunder a perpetual, I don't want to blunder some check, takes my pawn, and then your opponent makes a quiet move, and you realize, oh, I have to make a move, and I don't have a very comfortable one. So I think your a4 move might be a bit forced, and here we have to find something. If you go here, no, I cannot push this pawn.
Yeah, the same queen g1, queen g2 tactic, I think, saved black's life after c6.
But this is scary.
Oh, it's terrifying. Actually, we're like at major risk of losing the game. I think bishop c4 was forced. If we played a naive move like c6 on the previous turn, then a2, and I don't see a way we save ourselves.
We don't have any of the squares to... And here we're not going to queen first and let you take with a check.
Right.
We will check first and then queen or pawn, because move order in chess is very, very important.
But, okay, while Yasser Quesada Perez is thinking about this position, do you want to go ahead and take a look at the B pairings?
Yeah, because we might have a winner there very quickly. And our key matchup of the day is, of course, Felix Blohberger, who's playing with the black pieces. All he needs is a draw. And our second important matchup will be his closest rival, Jason Liang versus Mikhalevski, because if Jason loses, then it doesn't matter what happens in Felix's game. So let's start with Felix's game, and let's start with the current position, and let's start by evaluating what is going on. So what do you think about this position? There seems to be a lot of piece tension, a lot of pieces are hanging, and hopefully nothing is losing by force here.
Yeah, so my first thought is that black is very active, but this d pawn does offer white some long-term possibilities. So yeah, I guess this knight f5 move that we were looking at before the broadcast, black is just safe because of queen takes g3 and rook takes d3, which is kind of important. Otherwise, the position would be unplayable. And if if bishop takes f5, then I had blundered knight e2 before the broadcast. So don't blunder this one. So it'd be an unfortunate fork.
So tactically, he's able to hang on to his position, and in the game, queen g5 is played, attacking this rook. So I expect rook d3. So what is the idea here? Knight f5, and after knight f5, queen f5. Where does the rook go? I think the rook will go to d4. I can go to d2, but on d4 my rook is more secure. Ah, this actually is a nice tactic, because if rook e1, find a tactic. It's a quiz.
Queen g5, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. Up to the task. Very, very cool.
So there's some back rank issues, of course, and if you take, I simply take. And the queen is not touchable because of back rank mate. So rook d2 is very tempting. And kind of move you might play in a blitz game. Actually, in a blitz game, you should play rook d4 because it's just a more secure move.
Safe, yeah.
Defends your rook. And now my next move is just queen d8 no matter what. So for example, rook e1, queen d8, and we have one more heavy piece endgame. But this pawn is actually, I think, is falling. I don't see how you will defend it. I'm not threatening to take it this move, but my move is g6. I'm threatening to kick your queen away and open a window for my king, what do you call it, loft, and take this d5 pawn, and you cannot put your rook behind it. This looks very awkward, and this looks like something will fall here.
So I think rook e1, rook d1 could be an issue for you. Like rook, so you have to calculate it at least. Like rook e5, rook d1, king f2, queen h4, and if you go to e1, then queen e1 is made, and if you go g3, then I think queen h2, king e3, queen d2 is also leading to mate very quickly.
How many mates do I have? 1, 2, that's it, I think.
Yeah.
Enough. Two is a good number.
Unfortunately, only 2 checkmates in 1.
Yeah, this is dangerous. But it's hard to see how he's going to hang on to this pawn. So queen g5 is played. I don't see any other move besides rook d3. No, this doesn't make sense because this is an exchange sacrifice, completely unnecessary, and there's nothing else, right? Something like this doesn't make sense because then I take on f5.
Yeah.
So this line is forced. Maybe you can start with rook e1 here. Can I go?
I think the issue. Oh no, I was going to say something really, really stupid. I was going to say queen takes d6 would be good, because if rook e8, then queen f8, I have too many pieces, but you have queen d8 checkmate. So positionally, I might be doing well, but the game just ends.
You just need one more move.
Yeah.
So can I go f6 here? No. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. So rook e8 is
Maybe-
a huge threat.
Maybe I was gonna say bishop e. No, it's yeah, bishop e6, and if takes, then I take on d6. But
Okay.
knight e8. Knight e8 was
But
the
can I do this? All right, this bar is
Yes.
going crazy. This bar.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, you're right. 98 was very strong here, very geometric. And
Yeah,
there's no way to defend.
I played this exact tactic recently, which was against like a 1700, but
You
was-
played
it
it,
was
or
nice.
you were on the receiving end?
no, I played
You
knight
played it,
e8
okay.
against just in one of our local tournaments.
Okay, so what do we do here with rook e1? We have bishop d7 doesn't feel right.
Yeah, knight e8
knight
again.
e8.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep falling for the same tactic.
Yeah.
And the idea is, again, you cannot take. So, I think this is the danger in the position.
hmm
But I think
So-
I'm wrong because I see pieces coming off the board.
So moves have been played.
So maybe h6?
Yeah, h6 is a good version because you would like to play queen f5, but unfortunately it's defended by the knight on d4, and everything just sort of comes together.
Process of elimination is our
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
Because here I think either knight e8 or queen f6 is scary again.
If you let us try every single move, eventually we'll find the right one.
Knight f5. Okay, so this was played. So is rook e1 a possibility here? So I'm upper knight and rook e8 is mate.
hmm
But what can I do?
G6.
G6 is good enough. And if here, queen d7.
Yeah, I think.
And we defended everyone. E8 is defended. Next move I will take. Even if you go g4, I can save my knight, but even this should be. Oops.
Yeah, I mean it's a major piece endgame, and once again, the king on g1 is not very safe.
So this is where we had it. I expect him to take on f5, although I imagine he doesn't have to. But no, I think he has to. Right? This is mate. I don't think. This is also possible, but I don't think I like this. Because now...
Yeah, I really don't want to move my f-pawn because, as you're pointing out, queen e6 followed by queen e8 could be... I just have to calculate all the checks, and I hate calculation.
Yeah, I also don't like this. Because rook e1, queen d8 has to be played, now check.
You have to play king
King
f8.
f8.
But somehow we are actually safe here. Like, if we take... We have to take with our rook, right? Because queen... No, actually, maybe we can't play queen d5. Queen d5, queen c8, we have queen d8, which saves us.
It's going to take here, but maybe
Yeah,
you're
then
mating
queen,
me.
yeah, queen d4, queen e3 was my big idea. But then it's perpetual.
Yeah, but he's more than happy with a perpetual.
Yeah.
So the idea is, if you check me, I can never go on the e-file because you take it with a check.
Mm-hmm.
So queen e3 looks annoying. This also looks very annoying, right? No. Oof. That does not look annoying because we get mated.
Yeah.
But I know it looks annoying. Queen e5. No. Queen e5 because now we're covering h5.
Oh, nice. It's a better version of queen e3, so there's no more perpetual.
It's just, I just need like 3 moves and then eventually I find a good move. Once I blunder a checkmate, a piece, the third move is we're golden.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't want to play f6.
Yeah, me either.
So what is the current position? So this is the current position. So he has a decision. So this is mate. So he can either take on f5 or throw in this f6 move. So this is going to be his decision. We can go back and see how we got here. So a Nimzo. Like I called the so e3 Nimzo. I've faced this bishop d2 move. This bishop d2 move is so annoying. I have faced all of this, knight e2. What the idea is eventually they take with the knight and they play this. I think there's some Fabiano has played this line. Yeah, I see it against Levon. I think this was in the American Cup.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with these positions from either color. I avoid the Nimzo with with white, and I've been a lifetime Queen's Gambit Decline player.
So the whole point is you don't, when they take on c3, you're not compromising your structure, so you're not taking with the b pawn, and then you wait for them to play b6, and then you go d5. So it's just some minor ways to annoy black. So for example, If you immediately take, then this is not a great structure for you, right? And my knight from g1 went to c3, which is a good square, and maybe it's a good version of this Benoni-like structures.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna say,
at the same, because we traded a lot of pieces, but at the same time, we can't really take on d5 because I'm going to take with a piece.
I was gonna say
So
it
it's a
reminds
bit
me of a
problematic.
Benoni, but like not a very good Benoni, because usually in the Benoni you have this g6 and monster bishop on g7, and black doesn't. I don't see the compensation for the space deficit.
So instead of d5, which is the critical line, he went f3. So this got traded, d6, knight c6, and now d5. So the knight went back, and now take on d5. I understand what you mean about this bishop, but one of the problems for black in the Benoni is the lack of space. Benoni and Benko Gambit, which I used to play a lot, I used to lose a lot with. Well, in Benko Gambit, actually, black does have a lot of compensation. But in this Benoni kind of structures, one of the problems is lack of space, right? Because pieces don't get traded, and white will have this kind of really nice center. So black is really struggling for space. And the more pieces you trade when you don't have space, the better it is for you. So the fact that some pieces have come off the board is quite helpful for black. The problem is, yes, I would much rather have this bishop on g7, but there's a lot of counterplay associated with moves like a6, b5. And in the game, he plays immediate knight f5, which is against the move e4. So if you go e4, my knight is happy on d4.
Oh, I was
Okay,
thinking you
well.
would try queen h4.
Yeah, here is tactically it doesn't work out, but in general, I would, like if my knight just lands on d4, I'm so happy because this never happens in a Benoni structure.
Yeah, I've never seen a knight on d4 like that in the structure. Black would be very happy.
So this is very concrete. So he castles and rook e8. Again, going after this pawn, tempting him to go e4 and putting a knight on d4. And even if I trade and then put a bishop on a6, quite happy. I think even if I put a bishop on d7, because so many pieces have come off, black is quite comfortable here. So instead, white sacrifices a pawn. And this is how we're starting to get close to our positions.
Yeah, Sam Shankland in his book Small Steps to Giant Improvement talked about Benoni structures, and he said Benoni positions with 4 pieces on the board are lost. Benoni positions with 3 pieces on the board is better for white, and then 2 pieces should be about equal. So I don't know if you, according to Sam Shankland's book, I think that we might have equalized in the structure.
No, and when he says pieces, he means minor pieces.
Yeah,
of
sorry,
course.
minor pieces. Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense. That's a very logical way of thinking about it, because minor pieces, they fight for the same squares, and then you have very limited number of squares for your pieces. So when you have a lot of them, they just kind of step on each other's toes. So it's better to trade them. But here, this is actually very concrete, because white has given up a pawn, but he is playing against lack of development and trying to create some problems in the position. So the knight goes to d4. So one of the ways of playing is to take, and take, but I think he was afraid of this bishop can go no.
Bishop h. I was thinking bishop h3.
Ooh, I didn't see this. And is this a perpetual question mark? It is, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he can go for adventures here.
Yeah, rook e8 and queen d2. It's queen e3. I meant.
This is a nice mate.
Yeah.
So something like this looks scary. So instead, he went knight e4. He just wants to take this pawn. So bishop f5. Black wants to develop, and queen c7. And we reach this position. So there's a lot of piece tension. So it works out really well for black because of this pin, and gives black the much needed tempo to finish his development, because here black is threatening bishop d3. So in this position, this was not possible because, and we're going to see knight e8 again. And now mate here, all kinds of checkmates, so it doesn't work out. So black cannot give up this e8 file, because this e file, because if you look at this, all of white's pieces are in the game and your rook is on a8, right? So it's like basic concept of chess, that you need to bring your pieces into the game. So instead he plays queen c7, and I think, especially with modern chess, we're learning that tactics supersede everything else. If you can make something work tactically, then it just works. It's just how it is in chess. You know, tactics is just over everything.
You can make some positional judgment, but at the end of the day, if you lose a piece, you lose a piece, and that matters more.
And e8, this happened, and now we're reaching the position that we have. Rook e3, a very concrete move, a very precise move to hold the balance in the position.
Yeah, and the current position is knight f5, right?
And he hasn't moved yet.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the current position, so he must be deciding between take and knight f5. He's calculating, making sure his back rank doesn't hang. So of course f6 does give your king a loft, but at the same time a bit of a weakness. And knight f5, you have to make sure you're not getting mated on the back rank. But I simply do not see any other moves because I'm just threatening mate.
Right. Yeah, I think f6 and knight f5 are the only two moves, and it must be very nice to be in Felix's shoes right now because he gets to press this position as black, and he only needs a draw to secure first place in this tournament. Speaking of which, would you like to look at the Jason Liang game against Viktor Mikhalevski?
Let's take a look at that, because if Mikhalevski wins this, as he is up a queen in this position that I just pulled up, then Felix can just do whatever he wants, because thanks to Viktor, he will secure the match, the tournament victory. So what do we have here? It's a queen versus two minors and a pawn. So Mikhalevski was on the other end of this a few rounds ago, right? He had a rook against Felix, actually. Right?
Yeah. It must feel good to be on the receiving end of this. And Felix's tournament determined by two games by Mikhalevski, once against himself and one against Liang, probably.
So actually, if he wins this, then he did the most to help Felix, right? Because he lost to him and then he's beating his competitor. So this is the most you can do for someone in a tournament. So what is going on in this position? So is there a compensation? I mean, okay, so the pawns are moving, so there is that. Two minor pieces. I mean, White's position looks kind of solid, right? Nothing is falling apart yet.
Yeah.
So what can I do? Can I try to queen this pawn?
Yeah, I like that. I like that move. Yeah, with your queen e1, queen f2 idea. Not even just to queen the pawn, but just pointing out that the king safety matters. Like queen e1 here anyway, instead of rook e8. And if you take on e3, then I can play rook takes d4.
Oh, okay, this is problematic. And
yeah.
So if you take this, you actually lose both of your pieces.
Like checkers.
Yeah. And then the pawn 2 at the end. And yeah, queen f2 is actually very strong. You have to go for this, right? Because queen f2 is winning a piece.
Yeah, but at the same time, this position just looks completely over, right? Like rook e8, king f7, and then you take on d4. I take, take with the king. I was a little, I like hallucinated. I was like, you can't play queen takes because knight d6, but that would be cheating. So you can probably take with either piece.
And then takes here, but
g6. Oh, it's queen c3 also, yeah.
Just want to win this pawn and queen my pawn.
Yeah.
And the key is you want to keep your queen and king on opposite color squares so you don't get forked by a knot. Or you keep your king away from your queen and then you don't have to worry about it.
A sad way you could lose this is white could play c6 and then you take it and then they play bishop b5 and then takes knight d6. So don't put your king and queen on the same color. Bad things will happen to you.
This is a very study-like thing, right? You go see some kind of those domination ones that black has to take and then you do this. But of course...
Yeah, I've done 1 or 2 Kasparian puzzles in my day.
Very nice. So this is the final position that we have, and it's black's move. Mikhalevski is thinking. Mikhalevski has so many decisive games in this tournament, and actually, you know, his fighting spirit might just decide the tournament before the leader is even done with his game. I think he's enjoying this position. It's like, oh, so many good moves here. Let's take a look at how we got here. So knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, and we have Rogozin, a very sharp line.
We'll say this is like quite, I would not have predicted this opening from Mikhalevski because we saw this English line like quite a few times with this knight f6, e5, and he's playing the Rogozin. I would have thought that he would be like a Grunfeld player because against the English specifically, he was playing knight f6, g6. So it's interesting to note that maybe he plays like a variety of different openings.
Yeah, definitely, because we see him fianchetto his bishop against the English every game, and here he goes for this line. So bishop b4, e3. e3 is a bit more of a quieter line. There's bishop d5 lines too. So, but now we're starting to transition into those Nimzo, right? Because I've played this position before. I get tricked in the Nimzo a lot. So you can get to this position from
bishop d2 or e3, bishop d2 in the Nimzo, right?
So knight c3, bishop b4, e3, let's say castle, knight f3, d5, and c5.
Yeah, the first game I saw played in this line was by Wesley So. I think Wesley So had some nice game here as white. Or maybe I misremembered Karyak and beat So, I don't know.
This line gets played a lot, so now players, you can start with c5 to avoid some lines. So I think, what was it, bishop d3, d5, here you can take on, no, sorry, like cd, cd, some lines like this. Oops, that's not a cd. But okay, let's go back to our game. So it's possible to get, so there's a lot of transpositions in chess in the opening, so we got this position through this move order, so very similar to the other game we're looking at with this bishop c3 idea and knight e4 and now rook c1. So white's main idea here is not to allow this structure, which is also a possibility. These are all lines, but
yeah, this feels like what black wants though, right? Like black would take on c4, play like knight d7, queen c7, and b6, and play for like dark square domination. I've seen some old games where they used to play this way with black.
Yeah, this bishop trade actually, black is something black is happy with, because in a lot of these structures, when this happens, there's a bishop on c1 and knight on f6. So of course this structure with the bishop is quite bad, but there's this long-term potential. And at some point, if this bishop ever opens, this bishop just becomes a monster, and there's no dark square bishop to play against it. So this bishop just dominates. And it also, this is a lot of moves for white to play bishop d2, bishop c3, just to allow the structure again. So the whole point is to go rook c1. And after take, the whole idea is you take with the rook and you get the c-file. This is actually a really funny position, right? Because if I compare the queen side to the king side, black has developed their king side very quickly and castled, and white has exclusively developed their queen side.
Yeah, I think the argument as to why white would be better is that the king side not being developed probably doesn't matter as much if queens come off the board. And queens come off the board very often in these lines, because you might want to have your king in the center in the endgame as opposed to castled.
So, for example, if knight c6, no, you actually in some positions you have to worry about this, because I might take and go b4 and just be like, I took your pawn and then you take. Extremely happy. I develop my bishop and I'm just up a pawn, and you have no compensation because I just go b4. And another key aspect of this kind of positions, and this is in Queen's Gambit Decline too, you want to wait for this bishop to move, so you take on c4. So the bishop doesn't develop to c4 in one move. So you wait for them to waste the move, and then you take on c4, and then as black you claim you've gained the move. So for this reason, black took on d4, knight takes, doesn't want to end up with an isolated pawn. e5, knight goes to f3, and he says, take my pawn.
Black.
And actually this is...
that's a funny idea.
I think this is emphasizes my point more than the previous position, because there's zero development on the king side. So there's only one rook that is out, and for black all the pieces are in the back rank. And this is, it's not something you show to your beginner students and be like, this is how chess works.
Yeah, no, I would shy away from showing this to any student under 1800.
Yeah, it's very tricky showing these games to your students. So f5 with the idea to just go f4 and ask white how you're developing. So he goes f4, a5. See, this is another move you cannot show to your students. Knight goes to d7. So the idea is, what is the idea? Maybe bring the rook somehow, or put a pawn on a4. Pawn
Yeah.
A4. I like how he just gives up a pawn and just plays so calmly. Like positional domination.
That's how he was playing against the English. He was more than happy to give away his e-pawn just to play for compensation. Mikhalevski has a very fighting, dynamic style. It feels like he really likes the initiative and likes to, even if objectively he might be worse, he's more than happy to play with the initiative and try to outplay his opponents.
Yeah, definitely. And I have to say, when you're playing, not knowing the evaluation of the position, maybe you think you're like, okay, I'm worse, but when the eval tells you you're much better, that it really influences our thinking for sure, right? Because once the eval changes, like when it goes up or down crazy, when we know there's something in a position, but sometimes in the game you don't always know. Actually now I'm understanding what he did. So his whole idea is this domination. He wants to put a piece on d5. He's playing against this bishop and this knight. And we saw a game yesterday in Group A where I think it was Yakubboev when his knight was on e1 and couldn't move. And here also we see this knight is stuck here.
Yeah, it's a very entertaining style. Like after b5, he just gives another pawn for the d5 square. He doesn't care about material at all. All he wants to do is maximize his piece mobility.
So this is actually tactical now, because if you move your rook, this is... okay, of course I moved my rook on a worse square on purpose just to show this is a threat. And you cannot move your rook anywhere to protect the square. So white has to give up an exchange. So it's a matter, are you going to give up this rook and this rook? And because we were looking at this game before the broadcast, we know that he made the wrong decision. He went queen c1 and he gave up this rook, and tactically this was a mistake. So it would have been better, inspired by today's match, to give up this rook and have this very strong rook on c5. And after take, you can throw in a check. I think actually throwing a check is quite accurate to stop bishop from developing.
Yeah.
And king goes to h8 and, just back rank issues potentially. And I can take either way. I think this probably is most logical. And if I could somehow put my knight on e3 and just push it up one square,
Yeah.
I'll be very happy with
Yeah, I
this
like
piece.
bishop takes quite a bit because the bishop on g2 wasn't doing very much because black's e and f pawns were sort of blunting it on the diagonal, and now the bishop is going to protect the b5 pawn, and everything's like kind of safe and secure for white. So it's a rook and two pawns. It's an exchange for two pawns and a knight, but I think that white's pawns are moving kind of fast.
Yeah, what I like about this c5 rook, then you're just blocking this c file, right? Because if they play bishop b7, not there, come and take, then I think I'll be happy to take this way and then go c6, and I have two connected passed pawns.
Yeah, more than happy.
And maybe at some point, I can go knight c3, take this pawn too, and then all of a sudden I have the entire queen side. You have a passed pawn here, but I think I prefer to have the queens off, so I never have to worry about things like e3, queen d5, so my king is safe. So this would have been a better version. Unfortunately, he gave up this rook, and this ran tactically. And I think even optically, he probably thought about this position that, okay, I'm going to have connected passed pawn, but unfortunately for him, tactically, things don't work out because of this queen b6 really nice move, and it looks like it's impossible to hang on to every pawn. You cannot push this pawn because of the pin. You cannot push this pawn because this one hangs and rook c8 is coming. So if you play something like king h1 and you're like, I want to go d5 next move, doesn't work out.
Yeah.
So just tactically, again, maybe positionally this looks really nice, but tactically just by one move it's not working out. So queen goes to c2, rook this one to c8, which makes more sense because you defend this guy too, and takes on b5. And now I'm going to block your pawns, and I have the b file. So this is just very strong for black. So it goes rook b1. So let's see how we got to the position. Bishop goes to f1. I want to see how he won the queen. Bishop c4. You cannot move your horse. This is unfortunate. So you went rook c3, rook b1. Oh, this is a big problem because if you take, I take.
e2 is hanging, and if you go rook d2, then e3, and yeah, you can probably just take e2 and take d4, or you just want to take d4 straight off.
I want to see if this is mate.
It might be. It's pretty close. Yeah,
Right.
knight f3, you just move away with your rook, and bishop h3 is coming with devastation.
Oof.
That's very nice.
Yeah, rook d4 is a strong idea. And if you go rook e3, then I just take, and if you...
No, c4 is hanging with check.
I just take on e2 here.
Yeah.
I don't need to be fancy. You cannot take with the bishop.
Yeah, rook, and then we managed to trade rooks. And these exchange down positions where there's like just a rook versus a minor, like pure endgame, they're always super unpleasant to deal with because the rook somehow becomes so much stronger. I don't want to put my king on f7. yeah.
I just thought this is so funny because your rook just has no way of getting behind
moves.
the pawn.
Yeah.
But of course, we go here, you can
six,
defend, and now I can simply put this behind, and as you were saying, this is just dominating.
Yeah.
So the king will come into the square, and the rook will start collecting pawns.
Yeah, we see everybody sacrifice exchanges these days, but that's usually for like some sort of concrete compensation. If you make it to the end game, the exchange will actually matter.
So he played queen b3, and what's the idea here? Just go back? Or...
Wait, why not queen b... I liked your e3 move a lot more.
Here?
Oh, not here.
Actually...
Oh, man.
There's no way, right? No, you have knight c3.
Yeah, I don't want to hang my queen so easily. But queen b2 I want to play because rook takes d4 is a tactical threat, I think.
Queen where?
b2. And yeah, my idea is rook takes d4. Although here, now maybe c7, yeah.
Yes, so c6, but...
can I go rook c8? And then d5,
I'm not threatening anything. Yeah. Oh, you want just...
Queen d2.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very simple, right? You see a pass plan, you put your piece behind it.
I don't want you to make new queens.
No. One is enough. So, wait, we have a few more moves. And he went queen b2. So this is...
bad news for Mikhalevski copying my move.
So Mikhalevski with 4 minutes against Jason's 9 minutes. So let's go back to the Felix game and see if we have... Oh, we have a lot of development. So this game is headed to the draw territory. So we might just have a winner here. Okay, no, I take this back.
Let's not
I don't want to do
anybody.
this. So he took, and he went rook e3. So he doesn't give up, doesn't want to give up the file, the e file.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to minimize risk. Like rook d4, maybe he would have played in earlier rounds of the tournament, but right now he's just trying to secure first place, which makes sense because they are playing for quite a bit of money.
So queen e5, I like queen e5 because, and this forces a queen trade because if you get adventurous, you actually are running into a very nice mate because of the pawn on f3 instead of any other kind of loft. So after queen e8, this happened, and this is a passed pawn, but the problem with this kind of passed pawns is once the king goes to d6, this pawn will fall, and another problem is when you push a passed pawn too far, then your opponent just comes around and just crawls it, right? Because you only have a rook defending it, and you're putting it too close to where my pieces are. So this exchange happened, a5, takes, d6, king f8, and I imagine he's going to go rook d5, rook d8, and we will reach move 40, and this game, if this happens, definitely, we'll reach move 40, and the game will end in a draw. He plays d7, so rook d8, and I'm assuming rook d5.
Right, and then we'll probably just trade our a pawn for the d pawn, and again, this 3v3 rook endgame is nothing too special for white or black.
So very likely this game is going to end very, very quickly. They just need to make until move 40, so by the rules of the tournament, they can agree to a draw. But in our group A, we have a lot of important games going. Oh my god, I just got so scared because I clicked on it, and this was the position that we're analyzing, and I thought there is a queen. So let's see where we are. Oh no, the c5 pawn is gone. Oof. So let's see how we got here. Let me promote this variation so I can get to it. So when we left off, this very annoying queen e3 move by Christopher was played. Queen went to a5. A few more checks. A lot of checks, actually.
King went all the way to the king side. Wait, I'm curious why...
because he wants to take the pawn with a check. He just says, okay, you either take a perpetual or give me your pawn with a check, and he gave the pawn with a check. There's more checks. Okay, I can get out of checks. I can go to A1, right? And
Yeah.
if you check, I go to A2.
Now that the C pawn has disappeared, okay, obviously white is still the one playing for a win, but the tide is definitely turned. I think Christopher has taken a lot of the danger out of the position, and he is trying his best to make it to the playoffs.
All he needs to do is survive. He just needs half a point. If he somehow thrives and he wins, then he gets clear first. But it's very hard to see how he wins here unless white really overpushes it. You know, like if white gets to a point when it's already a draw and he has to admit it's a draw, but he just thinks, okay, I have to keep playing for a win, and somehow the tide turns. But the last move I actually made for Yasser, I don't, for Christopher rather, I don't love this move because I don't see how you defend this. But maybe you can start pushing. So let's say push.
Yeah, there is a world where Christopher wins this game. Like this H pawn could be very strong, and then you have some very sharp queen endgame at the end. But it does feel like, okay, if white doesn't want to lose, white is never going to lose this endgame.
No, I mean, at the very least, at some point I'll have some perpetual. But here, of course, I can just put all my pieces on the light squares and just block this pawn. And again, okay, f5 is not possible here. Let me try something like this. Let's say you do this, just to show an idea. Something like this can be very scary because now your king might end up in danger. But we do know that Christopher has an experience of playing this kind of endgame because it's very similar to what he had, not very similar, but somewhat similar to what he had against Mishra in round 1.
Yeah.
So at this, his experience in this position.
I think a lot of the danger in this position for black comes from the A pawn, like in that final position. I think white might have just been winning because of A4, A5, A6, and I don't think there's a good way of stopping that idea.
Yeah, it's not so easy to push this kind of pawns because even if you go G5, G4, G3, it's the one diagonal, right? So you have to push your pawns in a way that you're also blocking my bishop, and a piece is a piece.
Yeah.
So here I think he has to defend either F6 or D6, and maybe now A4 with the idea of, but I have to calculate if taking on A6 is actually, taking on A6 looks very scary.
Right.
Maybe bishop takes, but bishop takes are gonna start checking me.
D4 or something like this.
And then maybe I need to come.
I'd like
to,
this
is not
like
very easy.
H5, and I don't know. White needs to be a little scared, I think.
So queen D6 was played. We can turn on our eval. Slightly better for white, not what he wanted. And I think, again, going back, this big mistake was king D1. Because I think king D2 just made life so much easier. Because this key king C3 move, because your queen can go to D4 in this position, and defending the pawn. And in this position, I actually...
Yeah, and Yasser wants to make it to the playoffs as well, and he needs to win this game to do so. So they're both fighting for a potential first place here.
Yeah, this is a big fight. This going to... So it doesn't matter... This is like a championship game, right? Because it doesn't matter what happens. If Christopher wins, he's a champion. If he draws, his playoff for him is... Yasser wins, he goes into a playoff. So this is... crucial for our standings. Another game that is crucial for our standings is Daro versus Dardha. Oh wow, that's a lot of pawns.
Wow.
And one of the pawns is on A7. So my first reaction is completely winning for white. What a great analysis, right? I look at like 3 extra pawns and must be winning for white. But even if I lose this A7 pawn, this must be winning. Am I trapping this horse here somehow? I mean, it's always scary with horses, right? The jump.
They jump pretty fast. But also, I think if you lose an exchange, you're probably still winning. Like Rook A1, Knight A2, Rook A2. That endgame looks really bad for black. But obviously, you never do that.
So this has to be a win for him. Oh, he's playing on increment though. So
time pressure.
So 23 seconds versus 1 minute. So Rook A3 played.
If I'm not mistaken, if Daro wins this game, he also makes it to a playoff. So we could have quite a few players tying for first in this tournament.
Yeah, and I was reading the regulations, so I know what happens if there is a up to a 4-way tie. And then what happens if there's a bigger tie, I am not sure. So if it's a more than 2-player tie, if it's 3 or 4, they will play a round robin, 10+2. And if there's a clear winner, then we have a clear winner, and if there's a tie, then they will play a blitz. And if that's a tie, then there's an Armageddon. So at some point, there's an end.
There will be a winner. But that'll all happen today. So no matter what, there will be a winner in this tournament after this round. Oh, A8 is very nice because if you play Rook A8, then we will trade and take on D1. If you play Bishop A8, we will take on A8 with our Rook and then take on D1. And now it won't just be 3 pawns for nothing. It'll be 2 pieces for a Rook and 2 pawns, which is pretty good.
That was a really nice game, nice move. And you're getting a lot of moves in. So he got time. He got a minute 44 seconds for 7 moves. I think Dardha will play because whenever you're playing in, you're reaching time control and you have minutes or seconds, you just play until time control because what's the difference? I mean, if you have 30 minutes on the clock, you don't want to sit there and suffer to this position. But when you have no time at that point, there's nothing to lose. G5 is actually a very nice move because if you try to get active with your rook, then I get active with my knight and my knight goes to d5 and from d5. So for example, if you do something like this,
maybe
I'm going away from everything. So from the bishop diagonal, from forks, I'm just going away. So now and then you can play king g1. You can just play very solid. The rook comes here. You put your bishop back. So we're just putting our bishop from the original squares one by one. But this knight is so dominant. This bishop helps c4, stops rook g2 check, and I will eventually start pushing these pawns. And
you might even take my kingside pawns.
Oh, you want to go something like this?
No, I mean like as white, you might play knight takes f6,
That is also very possible. And eventually win this game. And that'd be a very quick victory. But instead he goes g5, and then Daro is like, you cannot go to the second rank. But now isn't he losing a pawn here? So here, if you go here, then I go here.
Yeah, luckily I think you're up enough material, it shouldn't really matter. Like maybe just f4 to try to simplify. Like
But you don't want to simplify it too much, you know?
Yeah. Like f4 you
can I hang on to this pawn? Because now I can put a bishop on f1 and always defend it, right?
Okay. So you want to keep
my
the b pawn.
Yeah. I mean, it's a passed pawn. I want to keep a passed pawn. The reason I'm keeping this one is because it's on the light square and the bishop from f1 can easily defend it, which will free my rook. And then next, I will play here. I will defend. I want to play as safe as possible. You know, my pieces are defending each other. Nothing is loose. And then I slowly bring my knight. Now my rook is free to join the game. And like if you try to activate, you know, like something like this, then I will put my bishop here. And it's just like move square by square. I'm slowly moving up, but I just don't want to hang anything because I don't want to get to a position where it's some kind of a rook versus bishop, knight, and a pawn, which should be winning, but you know, somehow you can run into some kind of tricks. So I like how he's playing very safe, but I think rook a4 is a very reasonable try.
Yeah, I think your rook a4 move is probably the best way to try to continue the position.
We can also hang on to this pawn, so we can start with this move and then hang on to this pawn. It doesn't matter which one, I just want my bishop to defend it, just so the rest of my pieces can activate. And if I can get, or here maybe I can do things, can I do things tactically? Yeah, here I can maybe hang on tactically, right?
Yeah, rook d.
There's check.
Oh,
yeah,
rook d8, knight c4 defends backwards.
That was my original idea. Unfortunately, there is a check. I mean, even this, as you mentioned, should be good, but I don't like the adventures.
Yeah. My intention was to go f4 to try to keep the material balance the same, but maybe tactically it doesn't work out. Like f4, if you take on f4, then I play knight f4. Now b4 is no longer available to you because knight d5, but maybe you start with rook b4, and then I take on g5, and when you take now this endgame becomes hard. I wanted to go bishop d5. And
yeah, this looks actually very strong. Yeah, this is also very strong. Now that I see a bishop on d5, I'm happier than a bishop on f1. And then the knight will check from somewhere. This pawn will move. This also looks very strong. He played with rook b2 in the game. And rook b8, I expect him to go b5 because at this point it makes more sense to defend this pawn so you don't lose b4 with a tempo and then c4, right? So I think this makes sense. So the rook b8 was played, so I think he will go for this, and now maybe this f4 move.
I think in these sorts of endgames, it's important to point out the reason why you said taking b4 with a tempo is you don't want to trade rooks with white. I think that the defending side, when you're playing with a rook against 2 pieces, you would rather have one rook against 2 pieces as opposed to 2 rooks against rook, bishop, and knight.
Yeah, I think so too here, especially with all the weaknesses. But here we have to think about what kind of a configuration do we want. So my bishop is definitely going to f1. So it's a matter of what do I want to do with this pawn. Am I doing this with a knight on e4, or am I going f4, or am I not touching these pawns?
I like the idea of like g4 and then knight e4 eventually. I think that if we manage to achieve all that, we should be technically winning.
I mean, I think this position is just... Can you try to somehow dominate my... I mean, it's easy to dominate a knight, right? So maybe g4 here.
Yeah, could we start with g4 instead of playing knight f2? Or were you concerned about something?
No, I was just making moves. I was just trying to see if... so here. Okay, so f5 is not possible, so what did I play? I played... did I play this? Yeah, I did play this, so just g4 here, and rook a8-3.
Bishop e2.
But now we can go rook d2, right? And now there's no rook d3, and now...
Yeah, if I get my knight to e4, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about the position because I'm targeting f6 and g5, and everything is somehow protected.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream.
I think we have a lot of moves in the game.
Yeah, so nothing was said what was played. So instead what was played, he went...
Oh, wow.
He's just going for the queenside pawns.
So major update, Felix Blohberger has actually drawn his game, and that means he has won the tournament. He has won the B group of the Spring Chess Classic. Congratulations to Felix Blohberger. It's a $4,000 first place prize. He definitely deserved it. He played some very nice games along the way to achieve this.
And what happened in the game is what we expected. Move 40, the game's end, and yeah, very good tournament by him. Before this round, his performance I checked was 2690 something, so almost a 2700 performance. So this draw will bring him down maybe to 2650. Still a very, very strong tournament. He might win the section by a point and a half actually, which is a
dominant performance.
Yeah, there's an excellent performance. And I believe if you win Group A, you get invited to Group... If you win Group B, you get invited to Group A. And, so next year he might be playing in the other group, which is... well, not next year, next Classic, which will be this year.
Yeah.
He
next quarter, potentially.
He can get, if he's able to play at a future time, play a Group A, which, there's stronger competition, so there will be... really good for his chess career, so huge congratulations to him, a young player, and winning $4,000 for his efforts. So a very good trip so far for him, and we'll get him for an interview, and we will get to chat with him, get his impressions of this tournament, and of his games, and about his future plans. And this game between Jason Liang and Mikhalevski, a lot of moves have happened. So if we look at this position we left off, we saw all of this, and instead he started bringing his king, so he gave up this pawn as well. Pawn reaches e3. Did not take because he didn't want to lose this pawn. Instead he chose to defend it. I'm wondering why Mikhalevski didn't want to take this guy.
Yeah. I think the final position, White has actually made a lot of progress in not losing this game. I think that Black's task has become a lot more difficult. Even if objectively he still lost, these pawns are like kind of hard to take, and everything is kind of solid.
Yeah, I think there's the huge problem of king f3 and rook e7, so I'm actually wondering if king e4 is a possibility, because this would be a really funny development. You have 2 pieces and king and this 2 pawns, but unfortunately this runs into queen d5.
Nice, yeah.
Because if you don't have this, like in this position,
this would be really
this
tough.
one is not what you wanted, because these pawns are actually quite strong. But so there's a fight for second place. So Jason actually is fighting for his life here and for second place. But let's go back to Group A because this is where things get decided. So in this Daro game, we have reached move 40 for white. So Daro has reached time control and Daniel has seconds left. And this game actually looks pretty decisive because, oh, this is actually...
H3. Oh my god.
This is a really funny checkmate.
Oh my god. that would be an unfortunate way to not get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, there's some breaking news. Illia Nyzhnyk has drawn Nodirbek Yakubboev, which means that he will not make it to the playoffs. I don't think either player qualify to the playoffs, unfortunately for them.
Qualify to playoffs, you need +1, and Illia Nyzhnyk has drawn all his games, so he's at 50%. And Yakubboev lost an important game yesterday to Yasser, so he is out of contention for first place. But let's go back to this Daro game because we have a important game here and a lot of moves have been played. Let's see how we got here. So he gave up this pawn and he went for the other pawn. So defense and defense. So Daro, the strong player that he is, doesn't run into checkmate. He played bishop h3.
Yeah.
With the idea of putting the bishop here and then bringing his
Not
king.
gonna lie to you, I could see myself playing king h3 in time trouble.
Yeah, but the good thing is king h3 g4, then you can realize it's made, so you can go king h4.
Yeah, probably this is what would happen to me, and then I would have some. I may win, I may not win, but it would be a fight.
Yeah, this would be some work. I don't think a lot because this king is far away, but he just wants to take this pawn for free, and I don't quite see how you can defend this. This king is so far away. This king is... Where does it go? Let's say we go to d8, I go bishop here, and then...
Now king h3 is very strong, and your g4 move doesn't work anymore because the king has a way out. So bishop g4, rook h7, king g2 is a square.
So bishop h3 played, and since we did reach time control, I don't know how long this game will go on, because as we mentioned, when you're in time trouble, you just play, right? When you play, it's Armageddon time trouble. There's not much to lose, you just make your moves, you reach time control, but once you have the time and you look at this position, this has happened to me. Sometimes I looked at my position, I just thought, I don't want to play this anymore. I was like, my position is too disgusting, I don't want to defend, I just don't want to have to deal with this game anymore, and I just resign.
So it's very likely we'll have a four-way playoff, right? There's going to be Dariusz Swiercz and one of Yasser or Yasser Quesada Perez or Christopher Yu should be in that, and also our two leaders going into the round will be in the playoff.
But I think some Sevian can also join them if he wins, and he's playing another endgame. This time it's up 2 pawns.
Yeah, the playoff procedures is going to be a rapid round robin for 3 or 4 players, game of 10 minutes with a 2-second delay. Blitz round robin if a clear winner is not determined within the rapid round robin. And once again, if a winner is not determined out of the blitz round robin, then Armageddon games will be played if necessary.
Actually, let's see our Group A standings again, so we can see what kind of a tiebreak we're going to have. Because so far, we have Benjamin and Gledura at 5, and all of this considering that Christopher is not going to win. So this is after round 8, so we don't have the round 9 result. So now we have Gledura and Bach with 5 points, potentially Christopher joining them with 5 points, so there'll be 3. Sevian can join them, and Daro can join them. Mm-hmm. So we can have half of the tournament tied for first at +1. So this is a very tightly contested tournament, and because the players are so strong and their ratings are so close to each other, we saw a lot of draws. But of course, a lot of the draws were fighting draws, and we saw a lot of fighting chess in this tournament. It's just that's what happens when you have a lot of strong players playing against each other. You don't see someone winning with a large margin. And
not only just draws, but some of these people are just beating each other. Like Sam Sevian, I think, has won and lost a lot of games in this tournament. He won 2 games in a row, then I think lost 2 games in a row. Just everybody giving it their all in this event. We sort of get the best of both worlds in this tournament. We have a crushing victory by by Bloberger in the B group, and then in this and then in the A group we just have a brawl for first place.
Yeah, and let's take a look at this Sam Sevian game and see what we have going. So here also we reach move 40, so Sam gets his extra 30 minutes. And it says 0 minutes for Mishra, but I think this game is going. I don't think we have a result here. So it's just clean 2 pawns for white, and it's a matter if he's going to convert it. This will be a very slow conversion. He'll play g3, he will move the knight around, the knight will go to d5 at some point, f4, and start pushing the pawns. So it will be, can be a long game, but eventually white should be able to convert this. And in our Christopher Yu game, a lot of moves have happened. Actually, not a lot of moves since we saw this, because we did see all these checks. So the final position we saw, we did not see a4, right? This is something we're analyzing.
Yeah,
so a4, queen b6 check, and a5. So he doesn't want to give up his pawn. And he played this move so quickly. But this is such a big decision, right? Because here, you have to think about if you just go h5, if you start pushing your pawns and give up this pawn, which I understand this is a difficult decision to make, giving up a pawn. But I think, at some point you really have to calculate, because this can become very concrete, right? Because if you take here, so our table base says it's a draw, so g5 and f5. So maybe the way he's playing is practical, because this is very scary calculation, right? Bishop c4.
Yeah, I think if I get my king over to the queen side, eventually my 3 pawns will be able to stop your bishop. But you have to be very careful. There could be a configuration like bishop g4 and then pawns g5, h4, f4, and then the bishop just stops all the pawns. And you might be in now the pawns and bishop don't really matter. It's a king and pawn ending, and of course white is winning in this king and pawn ending because he's next to the key squares.
Yeah. So this is maybe a judgment call. Do you spend a lot of time calculating h5, or do you just decide I cannot lose this pawn and play a5 because a5 is played, so checks? These are such difficult decisions because, sometimes you check and it feels like a logical move, but it misplaces your piece. And queen e5 and queen f5. Okay, so he did give up his pawn, and now h5. And now the game starts all over again. So white has to try to win this all over again. And we will see if he succeeds. And the best thing that Christopher has going for him, besides its 3 passed pawns, is huge advantage on the clock. And eventually, white will find himself under a lot of pressure with 17 minutes. And I think this is how he manages to win a lot of games and save a lot of games. Is just practically just playing faster and putting his opponent under a lot of pressure. So now we have to consider if white can just start pushing the pawn immediately, or should he do something else? And another question is how scary it is to, how scary are these pawns? So for example, if I just play some move, if you push, can I just centralize my queen and easily stop this pawn? Something like bishop e4 and just put the pieces on the diagonal and claim that this pawn can no longer move. And black has to figure out how to keep making progress. But also if I make something like this, then I'm exposing myself to a lot of checks. So it's possible that I might run into a perpetual. And again, we have to figure out first if these endgames work. For example, if take and something like f5, or should black just keep this queen on the board? And in our other game, San Sevian, we don't have many developments, and Daro versus Dardha, we don't have a move. We will get confirmation if we have a result in this game, because this is also crucial for our standings. And let's go back to Christopher's game. No moves have been made. And in the meantime, while we're looking at these games, we are setting up with an interview with our winner from Group B, Felix Blohberger, who won the tournament in a very dominant fashion. We're having her. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
You had such a strong performance.
Thank you.
So we can talk about this game. You can take us through some of the key moments. Did you ever feel like you were under pressure, or was it?
It was really complicated. Like he gave a pawn. He sacrificed a pawn somewhere in the middle game.
Yes.
Which I didn't expect at all.
What were you expecting here?
Just something, maybe bishop b5, because now rook e3 probably doesn't work because of g4, I thought.
This looks very scary, right? Maybe
Queen g5, king h1.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I'm kind of underdeveloped, so it's... yeah, I was calculating bishop b5, bishop d7, and some position like this where I exchange, he plays maybe e4, knight d4, take on d7 and something like this. I thought I should be fine for sure.
Yeah, because
The
Benoni
knight.
structure, we never see this knight on
Yeah,
d4,
exactly, yeah,
so such a
yeah.
strong piece. But things became very concrete when we went bishop d3.
Yeah,
so
bishop
you take.
d3, and I think I have to take, otherwise he kind of consolidates rook a1, and then I'm probably worse. So yeah, I took, and
Oh, sorry. Then rook
yeah,
e1.
that was forced. I have to go back with the knight. And queen f4 was also logical, and here I spent a lot of time because there were, I was calculating g6 also because it looks logical, but I was kind of scared because of some knight e4 jumps threatening g4, so I played the more solid, I would say, knight d4, and calculated kind of what happened in the game. I don't know how it is objectively, but
Oh, objectively, actually, it's all correct,
Okay.
at least according to this engine.
Okay.
But coming into this round, what was your preparation like? Were you, because you knew if you draw, you secure the title, so were you trying to be more solid, or do you just thought, I'm just going to play the same way I've been playing?
yeah, I think I've been playing solid anyway, at least I hope so, and I just wanted to keep that strategy. I don't take any unnecessary risks, and just play how I have, and I think it works out pretty well.
And so you played knight e4, bishop went to f5, so you took on d6.
Yeah, this was all.
He took on d6.
This was
sorry.
all pretty concrete, so I kind of had to calculate this all before I played knight d4, because if it doesn't work, like this queen c7, then I'm probably busted.
Yeah, so actually so in this position, so you spent half an hour on this move, and
Yeah.
then here this is force, so this one you spent 5 minutes.
But
And-
it goes all the way to here, and here rook e3 is still, I think, the only move
Yeah.
that works. So
So everything worked out well for you. So
Mhm.
queen g5, all of this.
actually, instead of rook e3, there was something nice to calculate. It was bishop d3, knight e8, and knight e2. Yeah. But he has king f2, and
Because every other move you take with
yeah,
check and
even there it's kind of continued because queen e7, he has queen b8, so that's kind of his. Oh, queen g7. I
we blundered this
I
checkmate
didn't-
many
I didn't
times.
even see that.
Yeah.
I
It's
didn't
good.
even see
It's
that.
good. It's okay.
Alright.
Okay, so you did not go for this
Yeah,
blundering
thank God.
checkmate. So you went
Thank
rook
God.
e3, and then all of this. And here also you were spending a bit of time. So were you considering f6 maybe?
Yeah, but it looks a bit weakening somehow. Like even then, he just goes queen g4, and if I take, then he has some checks, and I didn't see the reason to allow
So
that.
you took, and then you played rook e3, and we're actually wondering if rook d4 is a possibility. But understandably, there is some threats on the e file, but this pawn is also quite weak, and it's possible that he cannot hang on to this.
Yeah,
Did you consider this?
a bit, yeah, but I just thought I will again play it solid and don't allow any tricks. But it's for sure possible. He also told me after the game that rook d4 he was a bit worried about, and I might be pushing. Yeah, queen d8 is important, but there are some tricks like queen g5 here.
Queen g5.
Yeah, but
Oh
where
yeah, here it doesn't quite work out. I think here you have
F6 I have, yeah.
and then next
And
one we can actually
queen
take.
h5 g6, yeah, but with low time I was a bit hesitant to play like that.
Yeah, and then what happened in the game? Everything you wanted.
Yeah, I was
Just-
actually optimistic in this endgame, but b4 I think is pretty strong, because if I manage to bring my king to d6, then he's under quite some pressure, but I think b4 equalized on the spot.
and all of this happened, and of course you reach move 40 and you agree to a draw.
Yeah.
So, yesterday you were playing against Jason, and you're playing for the title, so you were a point ahead, and you were actually again under quite a bit of pressure. How did you feel about that game?
Yeah, yesterday
Let's
was.
see if I can pull up this
Yesterday
game.
was pretty crazy.
Let's see if I can find this. It must be in front of me. I don't see it. Okay. Yeah. So how did you feel about yesterday's game?
First of all, he surprised me in the opening because he usually went for the Slav. But against me, I guess he prepared something. That's why I went just 2d3 to get him out of the theory. And then we just got some normal position. But later, I mean, he played very fast and very confident. And at some point, it kind of escalated.
So so the first time we saw the position was when he had already first position we saw was this one.
Yeah,
Not
here
this
it
one.
was.
This one. And so, how did you feel around here?
Not so well, to be honest. Like I was low on time. I had like 10 minutes. He had 40 minutes, I think. The queen is completely out of place. I think there was also some f4 for him that was concretely almost winning at some point. But somehow I survived this, and I think later I was maybe even better.
Yeah, you reached this kind of endgame, and how did you feel about this endgames? Because this looked very scary for you as well.
Yeah, I think the computer gives some edge for white, but on the board it doesn't feel at all like that. That's why I also exchanged queens, which is probably also not a great decision, but it turned out to be a draw somehow in the end.
So where did you feel already comfortable in this game that you thought you're out of danger and you're just going to, or until when you shook hands, you're like, okay,
yeah, it was
finally.
Until we shook hands, I think that was the moment where I was confident that it's a draw.
Yeah, this was a very tense game, and of course you had a great fighting chance, so it was great for us to see that. So what are the rest of your plans? Are you playing any other tournaments in the US?
No, it's not planned. I'm mostly playing in Europe, some leagues, and working as a coach, working as a second. So.
Oh, it's a second too. Who? Is it a secret?
Hare Krishna.
Oh, really? Okay. So that must be very interesting for you. And is he preparing for something? For the World Cup or?
Yeah, World Cup could be that he will play, but also the Prague Masters, which he won last year, and some other events too.
Okay. Well, we wish you best of luck in your future tournaments and as a second. And congratulations again on winning this tournament. And we hope to see you back here playing in St. Louis again.
Thank you, me too.
And that was the winner of Group B. And he won the tournament with a dominant score, collecting the first place $4,000. And while we were chatting with him, we got the news that Dariusz Swiercz won his game against Daniel Dardha, which puts him in a first place tie with, right now at least, against Benjamin Pak and Benjamin Gledura, and we're expecting some Sevian to join him and possibly Christopher Yu or Yasser Quesada, depending on what happens in that game. And we will get the chance to talk to Daro. So I think after Bishop H3, since we didn't get any other moves, it is safe to believe that it was this is when the resignation happened, and we will get a chance to talk to Daro after this game because we didn't get a chance to see it. So congratulations on your victory.
Thanks.
You had a really tough game yesterday where you
Yeah.
probably forgot the preparation and you ended up under a devastating attack. So how did it feel to come into this round today?
Well, I mean, yesterday's game was of course terrible. I mean,
we enjoyed it. I have to say it was a nice attack.
I mean, for me it was terrible.
Right.
It was great for Benjamin, of course. But I mean, yesterday what happened is like I had preparation to move like 17 or 18 or something. I mean, Benjamin never played it, but I mean, I had it prepared for like rounds before, and I happened to remember everything up to a point, of course. And yeah, so here it was Queen D8, and now Rook F1. Yeah, knight, and from what I remember, Rook F1 was supposed to be in some slight inaccuracy. Maybe it's actually not inaccuracy, but like in terms of the fact that I can play knight d7 right now, there are other moves, like say Rook F2 was interesting or d4 was interesting, but the point is after Rook, in order to have after knight d7, knight d6. That was one of the ideas from what I remember. So that's why if you play Rook F1, that's why knight d7. I was pretty happy with my position. because then if knight d6 knight d5 tempo on the rook. So he took on d5, takes, knight c3, and I guess I haven't analyzed it too deeply enough because here I realized that there's some problems. And I thought from far that I could play d4, because I never want to play knight b6, because that would be simply terrible, of course. I never wanted to do that, really. So I tried d4, knight d5, knight e5, rook f4, and basically here I saw that I could play bishop e6, rook d4, king h8, and this was the best way I could have played. I saw that, but I wasn't sure about e4. Is he gonna hang on to this pawn? Knight c6, now rook c4. If b5, he can play like rook c1 or something to press up knight c6. And it's some unclear position, but I didn't like being pawned down. So engine gives like equal, but again, from his point of view, I wasn't really sure. So I decided to play knight c6, and I calculated. I was calculating this stuff. Just my calculation malfunctioned yesterday, and I saw, of course, knight f6, and I saw gf, rook h4. I saw all these moves, rook e8, queen h6, f5, and here I just thought that he has to take on h7. And the funny thing is that even okay, what I calculated was this. Sorry, not queen h7, my bad. Rook h5 was calculated. f6, queen h7, king f8, and rook h6. This was my main line. And I thought that knight after knight e5 is just a draw, because he has to repeat. Queen h8, king f7. He can't play rook h7 because king e6. So that's why he has to repeat with queen h7, king f8. This is why I went for it. I thought like, okay. When I decided to go for it, I was like, okay, it's gonna be a draw if he goes for this, unless he plays it brilliantly, I'm gonna lose very quickly.
And he did, unfortunately.
And I went down very quickly. Yeah, so he plays bishop e4, which is actually a very strong move.
Did you just completely blunder this, or at some
no,
point?
No,
I
I didn't realize it's so lost. I didn't realize
I
it's so
see.
lost. My intuition, my calculation, like it was a terrible game pretty much. Yeah, so here it's just totally lost, of course. Like there's nothing I can do. Yeah, so going into today's round, I was feeling. I didn't really feel like I did. I'm doing the overall by the tournament, so I was feeling pretty good, despite this terrible loss. I mean, sometimes games like this happen, so I wasn't really putting too much. I don't know, into it. Like I was just okay, happened. Let's go to the next game. And I just want to play chess. That's why I play knight f3. No theory. Just want to play knight f3. And see what he does. So basically, we happened to play this English. Queen 7. I remember I looked at queen d7 some time ago, and I thought this was a little bit sketchy. I would say. I mean, there are these.
Can you explain the idea behind queen d7?
b6 and bishop b7, and basically put the bishop on this long diagonal to neutralize my own bishop on g2, and then maybe playing. Yes, this runs into 95 or something like that. So queen d7, I just play b6, bishop b7, e6, knight e7, stuff like that. And the idea is that if the bishop comes early to this b7 diagonal, to this square on this diagonal, black is supposed to be fine. But the issue is that I can play this move e3, and I think it's the main move. Takes on c3, I just play d4, of course, he should take, and now I can take with both pawns. I thought taking with d pawn is a bit more human, in order to basically play e4 next move and open my bishop. So yeah, b6, e4, bishop e7 I think was a mistake. Yeah, actually e5.
So what should he do here?
I mean,
I
wasn't
play
sure.
Here, right? Already.
I mean,
or
e5 was I think stronger.
Oh,
right?
because already.
But the entire diagonal is basically collapsing. So maybe he could have played like instead of. I mean, I saw engine saying like f6. That this was, I wasn't considering, but f6 looks kind of strange. Maybe I can even play move like b4 at some point or whatever. Also, how he's going to develop his knight from g8, right? It looks better for white. Yeah, actually, b4 was one of the suggestions by the engine.
Yeah, f6 is such a difficult move to play.
Yeah, so I was pretty happy with my position here, and I thought after e5. I mean, I didn't really calculate much, spent some time, but I didn't really calculate, but just felt right to play it because I had to open position for my bishops. And what was throwing me off, he played these moves, all these moves very quickly, and actually I was really surprised because I thought his position is just really, really difficult for him. It takes, and I thought just before just opens up the queen side right away, and there's not much he can do. Knight just a4, yeah, just rolling the pawns, and this looks terrible.
Also the two bishops, right?
Yeah, yeah, and actually this was interesting moment when I played a5 because I also other moves, but after a5 he doesn't have really a good move because if he plays queen f5 like in the game, I have bishop f4, but there are also other funny line like queen g4 for example, forcing the queen trade. But queen g4 doesn't work because when knight takes e5, queen d1, rook d1 takes and takes on b7 and bishop g5, and basically he doesn't hold his d file.
So he is forced to take
and basically rook d7 next move.
And if
and
Just you might.
rook d7
yeah,
certainly,
rook
right?
d7.
And I mean everything just falls. So this is what I calculated. But queen f5, also queen c was move. I just play knight h4, knight e1. Doesn't really matter, I guess. And just
Bishop
attack
f4.
continues. So now bishop f4. Yeah, g5 was a good try, and I thought that a takes b6 wins. I really thought this wins, but I wanted to keep things simple. I didn't feel like calculating too much. Yeah, I saw this knight h4. This should be winning, of course, and but I didn't want to
You're
go.
just queening.
No, queen d7.
Which way are you taking?
Agent takes on b7 with the bishop. I calculated some lines like this, but I wasn't sure to sack, and rook a7, queen a4, something like this. But I wasn't really.
just
I
want
can
to
play
mate.
even on e7. I can take on e7.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, take on e7, of course. Yeah, so I kind of missed. But again, I was kind of lazy at this point. I saw I can play bishop e5 is plenty good, like queen e2, and he doesn't really have a move. The entire attack just continues. A bunch of
This one,
weaknesses. Yeah, e4 knight d2 simply. This looks just.
Oh,
lost.
c takes before looks so scary for him.
Yeah, but the
And
entire
then
position looks
take.
already pretty
So
bad.
first time we saw your game, it was already something like this. And the
Yeah,
first time we saw
And
you
here
just
actually
have
was
the
a bit tricky for me because he has some idea of
Might
rook
get mated
h2 and
here.
stuff. But I think just f3 neutralizes everything.
So how does this work? If
Rook, I mean,
so this would be
mate,
mate,
yes.
of course.
so
you have
bishop
to go-
h3, I wasn't sure because of bishop takes e4. G4 simply. Okay,
and then
that's
just
fair. Yeah, what about g4 instead of bishop takes e4? I just put knight g5, right? Knight g5, knight f3. It's not so. I can get mated.
knight g5.
So,
knight
Knight f3, yeah.
Yeah,
This
if
looks
you take it
bad.
just-
Get mated. So yeah, I was a bit scared here. That's why I decided to
So
not
what
to
would you
take
do
this rook.
after rook h2?
No, I played f3.
Oh yeah, this is getting.
Yeah,
okay,
I
so
played
f3.
f3. I thought this is just the safest solution, and that's it, pretty much. I mean, just
So your laziness today really paid off.
yes, I didn't have
This
to
is the
calculate
key.
too much. Yeah, I mean, I just have a couple of extra pawns. I mean, I just it's like completely.
Yeah,
winning.
and then we saw all of this. Yeah,
Yeah.
we saw this. We really like this, and then
That's the most technical, I guess, way of converting it.
and
Knight
then
f2,
you
getting
just
these
gave up
pawns.
these pawns, and then you took this. We saw all of this.
Yeah.
There's one more. I don't think this is much, right? But at least it's
I mean,
a try.
yeah, better not to allow it if I don't
Yeah.
have to.
So bishop h3, he resigned.
Yes.
So now you're tied for first, unless Christopher somehow can win his game. So there's at least a three-way tie. So the game that we have, some Sevian,
This is
He
two
should-
extra pawns.
two
I mean,
extra
it's
pawns he
totally
will win.
winning.
But
Yep.
I think the most interesting game is this one. So this one was a crazy game.
I
and
feels like he's gonna hold
so
at
how
this
do you?
point.
So why? Because the
The
king,
king is
weakness
just very
or-
weak, and there's some counterplay.
So just a perpetual, or how do you hang on to this pawn?
This reminds me actually of Chris's game against Abhi.
Mishra, yeah.
And it was game round number 2. It's very similar. So I don't know, like queen f5. Okay,
So it's just hard to.
hard to make progress, right?
Yeah. So this game.
I mean, I thought he was winning like before he played queen b4.
So there was
Yeah.
some key moments in the position. There's so many checks. So all of this happened.
Yeah, like move 35,
Some
I
here.
think. Actually, one move before, I was thinking. I mean, during the game, I just was walking around and I was just thinking to myself, instead of queen b4, like queen c8, then c6 doesn't just win.
Just queen the pawn. He
And
probably.
push the pawn and just queening.
So let me.
Because
see
I'm gonna
which
escape from
time.
checks.
Oh, he had a lot of time too.
Yeah,
so it
I was really
wasn't
surprised to see
time
queen
trouble.
b4. I thought queen c8, c6 just game over.
Yeah, queen c8 is just very difficult to stop this pawn because your king will eventually
Yeah.
somehow get to a2, right?
There must be, there can be perpetual bishop on different pawns c2. And c7 is just queen d8 and that's it, right? I mean,
So this was quite good too. So queen f6, and the unfortunate move for him was king d1 because after queen e3, it's sort of in a zugzwang because you
yeah, it
can't really,
doesn't have very
because you really want to do this, but then there's a
queen
perp.
g1, yeah.
So from here, he gave up the c pawn eventually because he just couldn't get away from the pawn, from the checks, and then this position, and this is the last position we saw. So black has made quite a bit of progress. So you think more likely to be a draw?
I think so.
So if it's a draw, then at least a four-way tie will be,
Probably
and
five-way.
five-way tie. And actually, I know what happens if it's a four-way tie. I'm not 100% sure about what happens if it's a five-way tie.
I have
So
no
are
idea.
you going to be preparing for this tie breaks?
No, I'm not gonna prepare anything.
And
I'm
you're
just
not gonna
relax.
calculate.
No. Yeah, I didn't prepare. I mean, I prepared a little bit last night for this game today, and I just decided to play another free move number 1 and just see what happens. because I just didn't want to go into any theory, especially that like against Benjamin Gledura, I prepared 18 moves and then I just played one move on one and that was it. So I just didn't want to like go into any of that. And the same thing also against Abhi Mishra, that I had preparation move number 18 or something, and then I played one move and I blunder. So I was like, okay, let's just clear out my head and just play normal chess from move number 1, forget about all the prep and so on, just play normal chess. And this is what I want to do today. So
Lesson
I guess,
learned. No
yes,
preparation.
I mean, there was some preparation, but basically not too deep, and you know, in terms of more like ideas and decisions rather than exact lines and memorization.
Do you have a lot of experience against this player? I would think against Gledura, right? Because from Pan Am's.
Against Gledura, I actually never played.
Oh, really?
I mean, I played one game in this Rapid Chess Championship on chess.com last year, and right now in this tournament. Against Benjamin Bog many times,
right?
of course. Against Sam Sevian also many times. And Yasser Quesada or Christopher Yu, I've played against them also a couple of times. So actually, Benjamin Gledura is against Benjamin Gledura, I played the least games.
So you would expect Christopher to join you in the tie breaks, right? This is your prediction at this point, and
there's going to be always some perpetuals.
So this is going to be a really long day for us watching the tie breaks, but we're looking forward to it. And good luck to you. You know,
thanks.
Rest well and clear your head. We're looking forward to seeing you in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your win today.
Thanks.
And we only have 2 games left in this section, and Christopher Yu game, which we're expecting most likely to end in a draw, but of course still a lot of moves will be played. And this game of Sam Sevian versus Abhi Mishra, where he's up 2 pawns and eventually he will be able to convert this. Actually, we haven't seen what has happened in this game at all, so we can take a look and see how we got here in the first place. So Sam Sevian playing a Slav with e3. So we get some Slav positions, b3. So it also looks like he's avoiding any kind of theory. And Sam did have a couple of tough losses, and still he's in a pretty good position coming into this round. 4 out of 8, still at 50%. Actually, he did win his game yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And today he's playing very offbeat lines with b3, bishop b2, and simply putting all his pieces in the center and getting black's dark squared bishops. So we're looking at this a bit before we started this broadcast. So black has given up this dark squared bishop, so we already talked about this from the Nizhnyk positions, that black gives up this bishop. And now we have a big central tension. And at some point, this tension will get resolved because these pawns are not just going to be facing each other forever. At some point, they will be taken in one direction or another, either d takes c5 or c takes d4. So, and it's going to be a matter of how black is going to be able to control this bishop. And he played castle, d takes c4. Already, we see one way it's getting resolved. And queen e7. And actually, queen e7 is a bit of inaccurate move because this move allows the bishop and the queen to stay on the diagonal. And the move that was supposed to be played here by black is knight e4, kick this queen away from the diagonal, and now queen e7 can be a possibility, maybe bring the other knight. But instead, queen e7 played, and the way white takes advantage of this really nice move, d5, simply utilizing the fact, which has happened in the game, that you cannot take back because of checkmate. And the bishop is alive and on the longest diagonal, so that's a very happy bishop. And positionally, already some pressure on black because long term this is very annoying to deal with. As compensation, there is 3 versus 2, so maybe at some point black is able to create some kind of a passed pawn and some activity here.
Yeah, it feels like every day we say the same thing. A bishop is better than a knight, and that is why white is better, especially in these open positions where knights can be easily dominated.
Yeah, this bishop is just on an open diagonal, and actually we saw a couple of games where bishop is an open diagonal and on the longest diagonal, but there's nothing on the diagonal. For example, if we had this bishop, then we can claim, okay, that's a nice bishop, but there's nothing significant. But this bishop is actually aiming at the king, and there's a queen in front of it. So the rook fd8, logical move, and now knight h4 with the idea of knight f5. So now the threat is to play b4, get this queen off and take this rook, but now rook g5. Knight f5 must have also been a possibility. If queen here, how do we defend everyone? There must be tactics, right? Because I don't believe you can just take my pieces. This is how I play chess. Like, I don't believe you can take my pieces.
That's fair.
Can I go here?
Belief.
D4. Let's say take queen d4.
But now queen d5 is possible.
No.
Oh no, it's still 97.
No, I told you I don't believe you can take
Okay.
them.
All right, I should have believed your disbelief.
As you know, when sometimes your opponent sacrifices something with confidence, and you're like, "Oh, they must have calculated this. I'm just not gonna take it." You know, when you say do something with confidence, people just believe you.
That's fair.
Knight f5, but things start to hang. So instead, he played rook g5 with a threat of knight f5 and g6. This is not a move you're thrilled to play because now you just cannot move your knight.
Now, we talked about how good that bishop was before, but the bishop on this diagonal, usually black has a bishop on g7 when they play g6 that guards this diagonal. The reverse is never fun to deal with.
And this move is actually quite funny. He went back, knight rook d5. So he provokes g6 and goes back, and then just goes back. Doesn't want to deal with this anymore. But it just feels like, why not something like this here? And what do we do?
Maybe.
No, this is not.
Okay,
E4,
I want to move
D1.
back as well, like knight g3 to go knight e4, maybe.
Well, b4 is coming, right? Or it's not coming.
I mean, b4. Can I just take and go like queen
This knight
d4?
cannot move.
Yeah.
And now actually rook d5. It's pretty annoying because I'm also pinning, right?
Yeah, and
This
you
is
could
pretty
play
tough.
rook d1 also. Just get on every piece on the file. Like after rook d5.
Oh. Yeah, this is pretty difficult. But instead he went rook d5 and then he went back. So it just feels a bit like a concession. Why not? B4 is a threat. Wait a minute.
Yeah, now queen d4 is impossible because queen d5 comes and there's no more annoying knight e7 check. So I managed to win an exchange.
You can't even take back because I get your bishop because of Bangarang, so you just lose everything here.
Wow.
This is quite unfortunate, so that's why he slides back, but I think this is a bit of a concession before. So Abhi decides to give up his pawn. So rook d1, okay. Still a lot of problems, I think. So d4 you still cannot take because this is just horrible. I mean, you can play f6, but again, you just cannot move your pieces. Like f3 will come, b4 will come, and I mean, okay, f3, queen f6 already looks really bad. So instead, the rook just leaves the file, but now white also has the file. And this is just, I have the pawn and the compensation, right? Okay, you got f6, you kind of shut down this diagonal a bit, but also created a weakness. Now rook d6 is coming. We're dominating the file, and also this is hanging. And I think he didn't find a way of dealing with rook d6, so he went here, but this gives up another pawn.
Yeah, I mean, white was threatening to win a piece there, so I don't think he could have done anything but queen b6, right? Like rook c5 is just a huge threat, and it's just game over.
His only other option was something like this, right? But
yeah, but it's just a piece, right? I don't know.
It doesn't look very impressive. So this happened. So we will see how we ended up in that endgame. Even here, this bishop is so dominant.
Yeah, so some people might like bail and play bishop c3 here because you're like, oh, the knight's scary on c3, but Sam Sevian, an experienced grandmaster, does not. I mean, also this is pretty good, but it doesn't want to give up the bishop, which is a monster on f6.
Is this scary? This checks? Maybe, right? Because check, maybe I go here.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take, maybe I start to get some compensation here, some unnecessary things.
Although even this looks really good. Like king e3, you take on g2, but so what?
King e3 is...
Oh, wait, I held mate in one? Nice.
I was thinking king g3, rook g2, but this one is defended.
Knight
h5 and...
The rook on d7 is hanging, yeah.
But, okay. So no reason to allow any of this, so that's why he goes rook e1, stops to check. And this is actually a good technique, right? Because computer plays rook d6, but as a human, you also want to minimize risk and minimize counterplay, so you don't allow any of this. So goes for this pawn, of course, cannot take, this hangs. And now he's up 3 pawns. So eventually he did lose one of the pawns. So to not allow the rooks to come in, he gave up this pawn, as it's impossible to defend it, but now his rook comes in.
But he has simplified to rook and knight versus rook and knight, but you have an extra 2 pawns on f3 and e4, which is a pretty easy endgame to convert, I have to say.
So let's see how the conversion is going to take place. Knight e1, shoots the knight away, that goes back, knight f4. And here you can kind of just shuffle around until you stumble upon some win.
Yeah, I think many,
G4
there are many
perhaps?
paths.
He took on e4 because probably just simply cannot find a move. So he decides to go for this. Actually, we did not see this, right? King f7.
No.
We have seen this kind of knight, rook, and pawns versus rook and pawns in this tournament several times, but I think this is the best version we've seen because it's just a pure knight.
Yeah, I think in the other endgames, black had some extra pawns, and also like white's king was way over on the other side of the board, which obviously gives greater chances to the defending side. When all your pieces are defended and you're up a knight, typically these endgames, I mean, they can be tough to convert in the sense of like move time. Like it might take you a long time, but they shouldn't be too bad to convert in the end.
Yeah, I think it's just maybe time consuming. So where did this knight? Oh, king g7, knight e4. So next he's going to play g5, put a knight here, maybe even come and checkmate you. So this is just if Mishra decides to keep playing, so this is just going to take some moves. Otherwise, this is just going to be a pretty smooth victory for Sam.
There's some breaking.
I take it back immediately.
Yeah,
yes.
There's some breaking news in the U game. Apparently, U has made some mistakes, and now Yasser Quesada Perez has winning chances again.
Oh, what happened? See, this is what happens when we make predictions. Actually, I'm blaming this on Daro because.
Yeah, we learned from our mistakes.
Because he came here and he was like, "Yeah, this is most likely will be a draw." So this happened. Queen went to g3, queen c6. All of this very logical. Queen g2 is a mistake, which is very surprising because actually, if you take, there's also a huge mistake because he cannot. Light square bishop cannot cover.
There would be no playoffs. Christopher would win the tournament.
That would make it a very short day for us, but not what we're going to see. Instead, queen a5 and bishop d5. So putting the pieces on the long diagonal. So queen went to f2, now c4. Now the pawn is moving. And if h2, I think the claim is that you do not have a threat. But I also cannot go c5 because this is hanging. Also cannot go here, right? Because checks.
Yeah.
So what do we play here?
So my first instinct, which probably isn't very good, would be to play something like queen e4, just to like fully secure the h1 square, be as like safe as possible. But I think, yeah, maybe safety isn't the way that you win this endgame. Okay. I actually have no idea how I would proceed here with white. Probably I'd play queen e4 and just not win, but that's why I'm here and not there.
So let's try to break down this endgame. So let's try to understand it. So there's 2 key things going on, right? So first you have to make sure this pawn doesn't queen. So far this bishop is covering this square and this diagonal, and so I think you always have to make sure that you're either attacking this pawn, so this queen cannot just move and threaten to queen, or you're able to quickly put the queen on the same diagonal as the bishop so the pawn doesn't move. At the same time, there's this pawn, but because the king is so exposed, there's also the chance for black to make a draw with a perpetual. So for white has to somehow push their pawn while at the same time not allowing black to give a perpetual and not allowing to queen this pawn. So in this position, from the way I see it, is the light square bishop is covering the h1 square, which is a light square, which is very good for us. And the perpetuals are going to happen on the dark squares because I have a light square bishop, right? So you cannot really check me on the light squares. Doesn't make that much sense. So the perpetual is going to happen on the dark squares. So ideally what I want to do is what I have right now, right? My bishop on the long diagonal covering h1 and the queen covering the dark squares. So I think we have to keep these things in mind when we're trying to make progress here.
What do you think?
So now tell me a move, now that I told you all of this.
What do you think of the move that he played in the game? Because it's very interesting to me. It was not, this move was not on my radar at all, bishop h1. I suppose because what you said, the bishop is physically blocking the pawn from ever making any progress, and since perpetuals are going to happen on the dark squares, potentially the point of this move is we can meet later queen checks with lateral queen defenses. So like queen b6, maybe queen b5, or we move our king and then eventually play the move queen b5 to sort of defend.
Like, for example, if some kind of a trade happens, we're very happy, right? Because our pawn just queens and our bishop is just here. So bishop h1. So I think what he's trying to do is, instead of having bishop and queen and bishop in front of the queen, stopping the pawn, he wants to reverse it. He wants to put a bishop here and queen on one of the squares. So the queen defends the bishop. So the queen is mobile. And then run with the king and hide. So do I have a check? Oh, I don't have a check here. No, I do have a check here. So where do I go?
King c3 and now no checks.
3. I'm so afraid to make moves here. I mean, no checks temporary. So so you go where? Queen d5, right?
Yeah.
It's a nice central square. But actually, let me make a move that doesn't threaten anything, just so we can make moves and try to understand what's going on. So we're not trying to find the objectively best moves or anything. We're just trying to break down this position and understand what the plan is. So if I start checking you, if I check you, and if I check you, I just want to understand. I was about to go queen a5.
Another queen.
I was just trying to understand where is this king going to hide.
Maybe we can pretend to take the kingside pawns even, like king d5, and if you check me again, I'll go to e5.
Well, if you check me from here, so we have to remember, right? We can always, and then if you keep checking me.
I was thinking you would start with queen a8 because queen a5, c5 seems like we're helping white out a lot.
So where do you want to go, here or here?
d6 feels safer, and then e7, yeah.
So if I check you, you might actually get away with this, right? So if here, and then you go to f8. And then if you
I just
check
want to
again,
take your pawn, yeah.
Yeah, now, so now actually you might be getting mated, and also queen trade are going to be, so I think queen e7 might just be win.
Right, yeah, and then you have this cross check.
There has to be mate.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, it's king f6 is just forced checkmate, because king h6, no, a queen, oh wait, actually I said that, and then I understand why you, oh yeah.
So here,
and
here.
then bishop f3.
Bishop f3, I think I'm running. But I don't see, oh, wait. Check.
Oh, bishop g2 is checkmate.
Oh.
Damn.
Nice.
It's very rare you get to see queen and bishop versus queen be winning, but concrete variations.
Yeah, very nice. So no, that's a good idea actually, running and taking that f7 pawn. So we do actually have a lot of moves in the game. So let's see what these moves were. So, wait. Oh, queen g1 was played. Queen d5. So we played queen e4, and the reason I wanted to play queen e4 is because queen d5 threatens the pawn, so this becomes more concrete, and I just wanted to kind of explore the position because I have the luxury of doing that.
Yeah.
And we explore the position, we understand the ideas. So for them, it's very concrete, right? They have to calculate. So queen d5 immediately threatens f7 with a check. So black doesn't have all the time in the world. So check, comes back, checks, and he goes d3. So there's a few ways for me to run, right? So what did I do? I went too far back. So can I escape this way? No, right? Queen a6.
Yeah, maybe now queen b5 is more possible. And if you go queen g1, I can block. I go to b7, and then my king goes and runs to e7 again.
I'm always afraid of the skewers, but I keep forgetting my queen is defended. No, something like this actually might be hugely problematic, right? Because my king is now going towards the queen side and your pawn is hanging. So now you have to keep checking me, and the check's actually starting to help me because you're just pushing me towards the king.
Yeah, once again, to reiterate, queen traits are never acceptable for black. So like king c5, queen b7, bishop b7, you might think that the pawn on h2 is really strong for black, but the issue is that we're just going to queen our pawn before you will make any additional progress on the king side.
Yeah, the fact that our pawn is on c4 is actually a huge difference because we're 2 moves closer to queening, so that actually helps white quite a bit. So I was thinking the king can go either to e5, to a4, sorry, to the queen side, or the way he's doing it, he's going towards the center. I wonder, see, this is the problem because instinctively you want to keep checking, right? But I wonder if this is helping black because now my king can start moving towards somewhere.
I think as soon as white's king attacks the f-pawn, black is going to be in a lot of trouble. I don't think you should let that happen. But also, I don't know how you prevent it. So maybe white is just flat out winning at this point.
So if you go if you check me from here, I think I go this way, right? If you keep checking me again, and this is even worse because now 2 pieces are attacking. So here, then here.
Yeah, at some point, you can check me again, but then f7 disappears, and once f7 disappears, the endgame becomes, dare I say, trivial.
Yeah, because any kind of trades, any kind of queen trades, we don't even have to think about it, right? Because it's just 2 pawns, and this pawn, if it ever reaches to g2, I will just take it, so it will just take you too long, and you also have an exposed king, so with checks you might lose the h2 pawn. So I don't think you can afford to lose f7 to have a fighting chance. So after king d4, the time situation is 10 minutes to 25 minutes. Oh, I haven't seen Christopher to only have 25 minutes on the clock. So this
in any game, right?
Ever. Yeah, so, and they have been playing since 11 o'clock, so they have been playing for 4.5 hours already. This has been a very long game, so, this is a very difficult battle for the players, fighting for a chance to win the tournament. So there's a lot on the line for them. They're playing for a prize fund of $22,000. So, and the title, of course. So there's, a lot to fight for. And it is the last round. So in the last round, you can just give your all because you're done, unless you go into playoffs.
Yeah, no.
So of course, they are going to do their best to find every possible resource. And it looks like tables actually have really turned, and maybe white will be winning this game.
Yeah, just a real back and forth battle between these two, and I'm sure that nerves are playing a big deal as well. Both players know what they're fighting for, and that's why it's easy for us to say, oh, well, they may make some mistakes because we see everything with the, we can make moves and take them back, but these guys have been playing for a long time, and these endgames are never easy for either side.
No, they're not, because it's so hard to understand the difference between one move, another move, this check or that check. So this is a very tricky position and a very tense game. And let's pick the other game of Sam Sevian has made huge progress. This pawn is going to fall very quickly. The knight will go to g3 and capture this pawn.
What's unfortunate for black is that in these endgames, even if white were to trade rooks, normally you would have a chance because it's an h-pawn even against a piece, but a knight is not a bishop. You will always be able to control the h8 square. So the only time when it's interesting is when your own king is actually trapped on h8, and those endgames are just always winning. Unless your king is trapped, and then it's 50-50.
I wanted to do something, so I wanted to go knight f6.
Oh,
check.
wait, I don't want to do that because rook f5 or... Oh, but king g6 you can play. And
here
okay.
I take... so my whole idea is, if you take... But maybe I can be a little clever. Can I be clever if I check you? I think if you go here, this is already not a win.
Yeah,
because
rook
I
g5
check you
perpetual.
And...
King h7, rook g7.
Horse.
Oh yeah, I was even thinking king h7, rook g7, like you pick up the rook, if not stalemate.
Ooh, this is even more annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very nice. And here you don't keep going.
No, I will take your rook. And then and then black will be the one playing for the win.
So that's why he didn't go knight f6. Sam is not here for any kind of misadventures. So rook c1, knight h5. But this is nothing because you check me, I go back, you check me again, I go here.
Yeah.
I don't think... Again, the best chance he might possibly have if he somehow tries to stalemate himself, but I don't really see it happening. So again, black is playing because doesn't really have a reason not to at this point. We've come this far, but I expect this game will be over soon. And Sam Sevian, after suffering a few losses, making a big comeback by winning this must-win game. So really clutch victory.
Yeah, Sam's a very exciting player. He wins a lot, and well, he loses sometimes, but you know he wins a lot of games, which is why he's probably going to make it to the playoffs.
So this game we expect to end soon. So this move was played, and now actually I have knight f6 because if you check me, I will take your rook, and if you don't check me, I will checkmate you. Yeah. You still have rook c7 here, but here I can just check and then take.
Unstalemating your opponent.
Wait. He went rook f7.
Oh, so he just wants to do everything with 4. So
I know what he's going to do. He's going to do this. He's going to do this.
Oh.
If you go here, I will just do this.
Oh man, I first he went the other way, knight f6, and then pushes the king away, and after.
I mean, okay, he can do whatever he wants here at this point.
Yeah, just completely.
Wait, rook d7. Oh, so this happened.
Then h5 is the easiest probably.
I want it to be fancy, but of course this is ridiculous because the pawn hangs. Yeah, h5, and everyone is defended. And this game, so rook went to c1, h6, check. King will go anywhere it wants.
So the only chance black would have would be if you played something like king h7, and then like both players need to cooperate for this to happen. It's like king h8, then rook h2, then h7. And then we trade rook somehow, and your king's on f8. But
oh wow,
so many things need to happen, and then you'd be winning with white if your knight's on the opposite color of your king. So this is an important endgame to know. It won't happen at all in this game, but if you get your king trapped in the corner like this, though with a knight and an h pawn, if the knight is on the same color as your opponent's king, it's a draw, and if it's the opposite color, you always win.
Yeah, but unfortunately for black, the king is all the way on the other side of the board. Let's see the position we have here. Sam is playing very careful. He will push this pawn. He'll put something on h5 and promote this pawn. So this game will be ending any minute now. And we have one game going in Group A, and we heard news that in Group B, Viktor Mikhalevski won his game. So a very comfortable win, of course, for Felix, and we do see a result.
Resignation by Abhi Mishra, which is not surprising at all.
Yeah, great victory by Sevian, very clutch game. And let's see what do we have in this position. So actually don't have too many moves, right? Because we left off. I'm getting a bit confused. So here, okay, we saw all of this. We saw this checks. King e5, queen g5. Oh, we didn't see this. So this is the live position we have. King d6, only logical move, but the queen d8. How does this king escape these checks? All right, at some point we will go queen b7, right?
Yeah.
And then you check.
And once again, all the queen trades are trivially winning for white, so you must play queen d6, and then probably king b5 here. It seems good enough, because whatever check you play, I'll meet with c5, and I've made progress in the position.
You actually don't really have many checks, right? Queen e5 is only check. c5.
Oh wow, this dropped everything. Why is that the case?
So queen here would probably run into some perpetual.
Wow, these endgames are so tricky.
So, I see. It's because like you don't have this move because
c5
this is not a trade.
Wow. Okay, so
let's not do that.
Don't play like me.
Or me.
Play better.
Okay, so queen c6 is what we're calculating. Queen c8 played, but you have to go to b6, right? Because you came from d6, so this is the most logical. So only check left. Queen b7 here. I was thinking, oh, can I block? And then I realized you can just get a queen. I'm not actually blocking you. And
But
so
here, actually, king b5, queen e5, we can go queen d5 again, maybe? Or is that no good?
can you say it again?
Or so,
please?
queen e5 check, king b5, instead
Queen
of my...
e5 where?
Or, sorry, queen d6,
Uh-huh.
king b5, queen e5. So instead of my horrible c5 move, maybe we could try the move queen to d5,
And then queen b8.
and then we start our run again, like king c5 to d6, and
I actually we have to understand what we're running to, right? So, okay, king b5 played here. So I'm expecting this move. Can I go? No, okay, but now I don't have a way to block. So what's the plan after queen b8? So what's the plan after queen b8? Queen b7 perhaps?
yeah, queen b7. But this is a transposition to this, like c5 doesn't work here, right?
So,
Yeah.
but if c5 doesn't work, so first of all he has to realize that c5 doesn't work, which of course easier for us to understand. So queen b8 was played, and now we have to figure out what is white's plan here. Where is this king going to hide? Because if I go here, you check. So now I cannot block because this hangs.
Mm-hmm.
Can I go? I don't have a move. I have to go back. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, maybe we can try to run that way with the queen on b7. So like if after queen b8 check we go queen b7 like what you wanted, but then after queen e5 check we go to b6.
So this is the game actually. We go to b6. Why is, oh, now your c pawn is hanging again apparently.
Yeah, queen a7. You have queen a2.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh
No,
no,
but you
queen
queen
a6.
a6. Ah, no, queen d4.
Queen d4.
This is
yeah.
actually a double attack. Okay, so we have to be careful here. So he played queen b7. This is the game. So now queen e5 check.
Mm-hmm.
What to do? So c5 is not a good move. So the king has to go somewhere. So king b6.
But this
goes
runs
queen
into
b2.
this. Yeah.
So where can I go to get away from this never-ending stream of checks?
Maybe king c6. My idea was if you go to e6, I can go to c5, and I thought this was an improvement for me because now I can sort of shuffle my pieces towards the king side.
And then if queen e5 again.
Oh, it's so difficult to make
So
progress.
tricky.
Yeah. Queen end games are not the end games. Humans are well known for playing well.
No, because they're so tricky, and but this is difficult for Christopher too, because queen e5, we're saying, oh, queen e5, c5, what a blunder, but like for him psychologically, to play a check, to allow his opponent's pawn to move, and it's a tempo move, right? Because f7 is hanging. Psychologically, this is such a difficult move to play unless you're sure that your checks are good or this is not going to just cost you the game. It's, again, this bar, this evaluation that we have is just such a big hint for us. But over the board, for you to make this decision, I think is very difficult, because how do you just allow your opponent's pawn to push? How do you encourage your opponent's pawn to push?
I mean, there's a reason why initially I was like, oh yeah, I just play c5 here and I win, but it's what's lucky for Christopher is because he's up on time in every game he plays, he will have time to make this decision. So I think that's why he's thinking right now. He knows that if he plays the wrong check, like for instance, if you play queen e8 check, maybe you'll end up too passive, and white can play something like king a6 or king.
It's
a5,
hard to finish the sentence, right?
Yeah,
I was also like, and then I was like,
yeah.
how do I finish the sentence? Yeah, this is extremely tricky. He went queen e8. So he didn't go queen e5. So again, very easy to say when you have a computer what's right, what's not. As a human, it's so hard to encourage your opponent to play the move they want to play with a tempo. But here, let's try. So if I go king b6, let's say you go queen e3, now c5, what is the difference? Now I'm hiding, right? Now you don't have a very... So now you actually... Can you do this? Do I want to go c6? Now I've disconnected my bishop and the queen, so now I'm very nervous. So I don't want to do this. I want to put my queen on d5 ideal and
Wait.
then go c6.
So wait, sorry, but after c6, I just want to understand because there must be a concrete reason, right? Like if I could just play c6 then c7, the game is over. So you probably have perpetual immediately here somehow.
Yeah, I think your queen and your pawn just stops your king from escaping. So where do you want to go? So first of all, you can never allow me any kind of check from the back rank, right? So
Yeah,
where do
yeah.
you want to go?
So c7,
And I go here.
and then king b8. Oh, and then you give the queen d8 a5, and then queen b6, queen a5. Yeah, this is a useful pattern to know. We can
Okay,
even
okay.
potentially queen b4 maybe even. If we can zigzag to the back rank, then black has winning chances.
But here, I think even is this. Oh, this is a mistake. But how do I make a draw here?
No, can we go back? Actually, I wanted to try queen b4 instead of queen b5 with black.
Oh yeah, of course. You go on the dark squares. I mean, we had a whole oh.
No, but
it was
queen
f4.
f4, yeah.
And if queen here,
Queen g or queen d4 also, yeah.
are we staying on the dark squares?
Always stay on the dark squares.
Yeah, of course, because all your pieces are on the light squares, right? I'm not going to ever give you perpetual on the light squares.
Yeah.
So this made sense.
Queen e3, king f7, queen f2.
But here also, like if you play here, so you go this way, right? And then you come back.
Yeah.
And then I cannot, something like this, I think even queen d2 might be possible because now I check and take.
Right.
Like if I start getting adventurous now.
Yeah, I do think that white's probably has enough to make a draw because like you have to play queen f1 here, right? Like queen h1 would fail to queen g8 check and queen g6 would be, this would be a really unfortunate way to lose. But queen f1 we have to play and then we can start giving checks.
And then we can.
Like king.
Can I pick up this bishop? I mean, I'm not the one queening my pawn. Now you're the one who has to be careful here.
Yeah, for sure.
So this will end in some kind of a
Yeah, I
perpetual.
think queen h3 is perpetual, luckily for
Oh.
white. I think otherwise.
Yeah, now
white
you
would
have
be-
the same pattern yourself, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so we made it.
Queen and
on
games.
move 90. So we're on. This is a titanic battle. We're on move 72, and this game is gonna go on for many more moves. So in the game we have queen c6, right? We were analyzing king b6. So what if we go? Oops. If you check me from here, I go to a6.
Oh yeah, this is a nice pattern because the queen on c6 guards every relevant check, and now it's black to play. And improving moves for black are very difficult to come up with.
So you have to. You cannot push pawns because now we trade queens. And pushing this pawn is also very scary for me because you're exposing your kings to a lot of moves. And what I like about this c5 move, I'm also controlling queen d6 check. So now my king is very safe. And now I can actually maybe even play something like queen d7 and start moving this pawn. So this looks like huge progress. So in the game, queen...
Yeah.
let me... Finally learning how to use this. So in the game, queen went to e2. Not checking, and now king b6. And the idea is if you check me, I think it's the same idea, right? Queen e7, I go king c8, queen h8. I can play this. Queen h8, I go here.
Yeah, and once again you have, there's queen b2 check actually.
Oh, wait, what did I miss?
So king b7, there's queen b2 check, right? But, now queen b6, and finally there are no more checks.
Ooh, but now you can attack my bishop again, and
So
so I go here, and then you have to go back.
Yeah.
So let me see what happened. So he went king b6, check, and he went to a6. So if I check, you go to b7, and if I check, you go to c8. And if I check, oh, this is a funny way. Your king dominates the queen. No more checks.
Wow.
For a move, no more checks at least. Actually, you don't even have a move that threatens a check, right? Or am I wrong?
If you go away, you also have to be careful. Like king e7 will come because once again, if the f pawn disappears, then white's task becomes a lot easier.
Something like this.
Yeah, I'd be a big fan of playing this way with white.
Yeah. This is, because then any kind of block can also be a check, so you cannot really check me on the 7 rank and allow me to block on the 7 because that'd be with a check. So queen b2, king went to a6, and I see Christopher played. I cannot see what he played. Queen a3. King b7 will be quick. So this is actually very good for Yasser because he's getting a lot of moves in, and he needs the time because at some point I think he will need to sit down and calculate what's going to happen. And this is such a clutch round because both Daro and Sevian clutch victories, tying for first, and Yasser, if he wins this game, if he converts this, then, with 2 wins in a row, he wasn't always leading or co-leading the tournament, but with two wins in a row in the last 2 rounds, and he will find himself in a tie for first place.
Yeah, it's actually amazing that +1 is going to be good enough to win this tournament. I don't think this has ever happened before, and I mean, it couldn't be any more contested than that, right? Like half the tournament could end up being in the tie breaks.
No, this is a very strong tournament, and as you mentioned before, we didn't get here with a lot of draws. We actually got here with a lot of decisive results because I don't think we've had a round where there were all draws. I don't remember this happening. And this game, like last round, we had decisive results. This round we will have possibly 3 decisive results, and this is what we like to see. We like to see fighting chess. Even in the drawn game, we had a lot of fighting chess, so this has been a really exciting tournament.
Yeah, like Christopher Yu only has a chance to qualify to the tie breaks this round because he held that incredible endgame against Sevian. Like at so many points in time, I might have just resigned with white, but he kept fighting, and now his fighting might pay off. I mean, it's not clear if Yasser will be able to convert this endgame yet.
Yeah, yesterday that game, right, when he was down 2 pawns and he found this really nice fortress to draw the game. I was under the impression that Sam won yesterday, but now you're right, he drew that game against Christopher. But still a nice recovery for Sam too, because at some point he started with +1 and then he lost 2 games in a row. And here is now he's going to recover. So he won a game, he drew, and now he won again today. So a really nice finish for him. And for Quesada Perez, yesterday he had a really dominant win against Yakubboev, and today he is also looks like getting closer to victory. King c8, or at least fighting for victory. And now Black has to find a move, because if you don't go Queen f8, which I think he did, Queen f8 played. Oh, this is entire analysis, so this cannot be
King
good
D7.
for Christopher.
Yeah.
King d7 played.
Oh, King d7. Wow, we're really just getting every move. Oh, f5 he plays. Yeah, I don't like this.
I do not like this move. I think Queen d6 and Queen e7 is coming, because your Queen is just completely dominated here. You cannot check anymore. There is, we can try, but this is too slow, right?
Yeah,
because
should be.
You're moving 2 pawns and...
Yeah, the issue is that even if we weren't fast enough, I think this endgame is winning by a lot of tempos, because the problem... Oh, actually, no, never mind. Your threat is to go f2, not g3, right? f2 and then f1. If you go g3, then I would take your pawn.
Yeah, it's just because I have a bishop. If I had a knight, then, knights are a bit awkward, especially on the edge of the board. But the bishop, I'm covering the diagonal. f5, I think f5, queen d6. I don't see a move. Where does the queen go? If the queen goes somewhere else, you don't have any more checks now. I just push my pawn.
Right. You can always meet a check with a cross pin or cross check. So queen g7, queen e7 is easy enough, and I mean even h2 is hanging with check, and everything is just going to.
Oh yeah, I mean this is the more human way of playing. Of course, you pick up the pawn, and then with checks you come back. Yeah,
you don't even calculate anymore. It's just a bishop here.
Now we're cruising. Actually, I don't know which way you do, because here this is pretty dominant. Because this pawn is actually yours. And if they go here, I go here, you just cannot stop this.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'd probably take the h2 pawn just because I'm a nervous person and I never want any chance for black to win the game. But that said, I think there are many roads.
Touch. Yeah, I mean f5. I think it's maybe nerves, or maybe he just realized he doesn't have any moves. I mean, this is queen on f8 is not where you want your queen to be. You need your queen to be checking. So queen d6 played, and I think this is already looking very close to 1-0. It just doesn't have any moves here because okay, queen h6, only other move, right? So if I go c5, what can you do possibly? So the only thing you have going for you is my bishop is loose, but at the same time, if your queen goes somewhere, then h5, h2 hangs with a check.
Yeah.
So for example, if you play queen c1, I take. I don't even think
Right.
about it, right? I just take your pawn.
Yeah.
And then I put a
Yeah, I guess if I were to.
so I do this, and I put a bishop on the. Ooh, actually.
Yeah, nice.
I didn't mean to do that, but I defend my pawn tactically, as you cannot take. And now I'm just shielding my king. My king is shielded, and this is just game over.
Yeah. If I were to be forced to try to defend this position, I think that queen h6 is probably the best attempt. And then when you play some move like c5, I'll play something like queen h4, and then like queen. But it's so slow.
Oh, queen h4, you're running into.
Oh, queen e7 also. Yeah.
But even if I go here. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if.
No,
there's-
actually, instead of queen h4, I should play queen h3 so that f4 comes with check. You know what I mean? Like in the previous position.
You want to play what?
Instead of queen h4, queen h3, and now c6, I can play f4 with check and then queen f1. And
Oh,
at
okay.
least I'm pretending to fight. I don't think.
So
it
my
should be
claim is if
special.
you go here, then I block.
Mhm.
And let's say you try to push. And actually here, if I play something like this,
Yeah, then f2, and it's not easy anymore.
this actually I'm the one who's playing
Mhm.
for a perpetual, right?
Yeah.
But of course, that's not something we expect to see. So instead here, what can I do? Probably with checks, I should be able to pick up this pawn, right?
Yeah, just concretely. So you have
If
to
you
go
go
to g8.
up, I will check and take.
Oh, I saw e3. So there.
Oh, e3 also. But if I go here, if you go here, actually, now you cannot push your pawn because it will be mate. So now I push. Because if you go here, this will be.
That's a nice. It's like at a 90-degree angle of the normal one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This one. We were showing this in Daro's game yesterday.
Mhm.
And checkmate. So we cannot really expose our king. And this is something we mentioned earlier. If these pawns move, it's not easy to move this f pawn because opens the diagonal. So queen h6 was played.
Yeah, I think it is the best try. If not queen h6, you probably resign.
Yeah, you don't have too many legal moves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And process elimination, that's our specialty. You know, everything loses, we make the one move. So you don't want to put a queen on h8, this is too depressing. Here you're hanging the pawn, queen h6 defends the pawn, so you just play it. You know, you don't think about what's going to happen. I think c5 was played, and
Yeah.
queen h3. Oh, they're following our line. So practical chances, c6 is possible, what else is possible? Let's see what else you can do. You can still give some checks, I don't know if there's a point to these checks. I don't like them, I'm just trying them out. No, he pushed his pawn, he's a professional.
Of course. Yasser Quesada Perez. Very strong technique.
That's what I'm trying to do, I don't need to do. And now
So
10
yeah,
minutes versus
Christopher.
13. F4 plays, so he's just playing his practical chance because
Yeah.
he can spend 13 minutes thinking about this position and leave himself 30 seconds, but he's not going to come up with anything, so he just plays his practical chance.
I wonder if Keen. So of course, but the players do have time here. So 10 minutes is quite a lot of time for this sort of position. The reason why you don't play King E8 is because I just noticed that Queen C8 would be a check that you need to calculate. Oh, he's still Queen D8, Queen E7.
Yeah, I also for a second, you know, I got
Yeah.
scared that this is hanging, but and then you
Yeah,
go here.
the bishop on H1 is deceptive.
Yeah, this is so funny, right? This is the best piece you have here because it
Yeah.
just defends this pawn forever. So F4 he's thinking. This is a good time to think, you know, collect your nerves. For a lot of players, you know, they get a winning position and then they get flustered. And I think when you have a winning position, it's best to spend the extra time, double check everything. Sometimes when I have like this kind of winning position, I will check my opponent's every single legal move to make sure it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it sounds like a waste of time, but it's better than having to start doing the work all over again.
Right. Yeah.
And so you spend, you know, you think about where you go,
It's the professional approach.
because having to have this moment, this emotional moments in chess are so difficult when you go from. It doesn't matter which way it goes. I think it's still a lot to handle. It's almost like traumatic. Even if you go from bad position to good position, it's just such a rush of emotions, and I think can be very difficult to handle. That's why grandmasters are very good at this, right? They make a mistake and immediately they offer a draw, because they know this is their chance. Because if they give you a little time to think, they make a little more moves, you'll be like, oh, things have changed. But they immediately offer you a draw, so you're just like, oh. My opponent wants to draw me, and then you take the draw.
The only time grandmasters have offered me a draw were in positions where it would be completely unreasonable for me to accept.
Did you accept?
No. So I also have not won every game where I declined.
So he won queen e6. I don't think the king moved. Also a reasonable move. Queen e6 played. So who told me? A grandmaster told me this, that like knowing when to offer a draw is art form. The correct moment to offer your opponent a draw.
Yeah, I remember Dmitry Gordievsky offered me a draw when I had like 4 pieces and like 3 pawns for a queen, and I could not accept, unfortunately.
I mean, that's too much, right? That's the key. You have to offer at the right moment.
Yeah.
When you see the tide is turning and it's not quite, hasn't quite turned, you sense it at the right time.
Right.
Queen d3. So are we going to e8 or are we going to e7? So e8, I was thinking queen b5, but I'm thinking f7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he went queen d5. He really wants to trade queens. And now the queen will go somewhere. Unclear where. Where does the queen go? Of course, again, you cannot trade. You can check again.
Yeah, but king e8, I think, is this point.
Yeah.
King e8, and if you go queen c8, then this queen d8 idea comes up, and wherever you check me, I will cross-check you. Well, okay, you only have 1 check, so queen e6, queen e7.
Oh, and then if you move, I just go c7, right?
Yeah.
And again, he cannot check me out. This is nice. But I thought I have another check. Queen h3, if you go king e8, can I check from here? Or you go to f7 again?
Yeah, I think going to f7 is clever.
And now I'm threatened. So, and then if you try to... This feels like mate, but I don't see it quite.
Do you have... Oh, so after queen f3, you have queen c4 check. So, also queen g7, I missed. Maybe we play queen d7 here? So wherever you go, I check you.
That's funny, right? You check me,
and I mate you, actually.
Yeah,
with this bishop g2 idea at the end.
I'm threatening mate.
Yeah, so if queen c, but also if queen c4, we will checkmate you with the same pattern that I have learned. Queen g7, and this queen g6, queen g5, and bishop g2 mate, which I still can't believe exists.
And it's only because you have a pawn on h2.
Yeah.
He went king d8. But now check again. And probably. So we're getting a lot of moves very quickly. Queen h4 played. But now king a8.
Yeah, I'm not sure where his next check is going to come from.
Yeah, this idea of putting a king on f7. Oh, he went to c8.
Oh, yeah, because of queen h3, then queen d7 is very simple.
Again, this human approach, right? You just don't want to give your opponent chances. For us, making 10 moves and then be like, oh yeah, of course. And having the evaluation tell us if it's right, very helpful. But for him, he's completely on his own. And his idea is not to give his opponent any moves. So c7 is coming. There's no way to stop c7. I don't know if f3 is anything, or I can simply... Actually, I can just take this way, right? You don't have checks. So this didn't help us. So what other moves are there in the position?
He's probably going to try f3. I saw him reach for something, and I can't... oh no, he reached for his queen.
The queen went back, but I cannot tell where. Oh, he went...
f6.
Okay, the idea if c7, you check me... You cannot check me from here, because if I block, you don't have queen f5.
Yeah, queen d7. You can also just move your king out, right? Like instead of blocking on d8. on d8, if I go c7 and you go queen f8, I think I can go to d7 here as well, because you can only check me on g7.
And how do we escape this?
King d6, and then after queen e6, queen f8, king c6, queen a8, king d7.
Oh,
And
this bishop is a hero.
Yeah, the bishop on h1 is the best piece in the position. Queen on d5, very nicely centralized. Bishop on h1, very deceptive.
So wait, we have. Oh, we do have this. Did we go queen h? No,
Oh,
we
he
went.
went queen h8.
We went queen f8. So what is the difference? Oh, he wants to check on b2. So if we go, but can I zigzag to e7? So if queen g7, can I go here?
Oh no.
So the answer to the question is no, I cannot go there.
I think you can though, like queen g7, king d8, yeah, and then check.
But
But queen f8 again, huh? Yeah.
So maybe I need. But you had a pattern, right? Was this your pattern?
Yeah. This was my pattern.
Okay, so he needs to. Yes, 7.5 minutes, a little over 7 minutes. I wonder if king b7 is also winning.
Yeah, I also don't really believe in black's defense here, because after king a8, I think.
Oh, a8.
Yeah, king a8, you check me on the a file, I go to b8, and then you check me on the b file, I have queen b7, and where if you check me on f8, I have c8 with check. If you go queen d6, I'll go king a8, and then queen a3, queen a7.
And
no
again,
more.
this hero.
Yeah, hero on h1.
And pre-move.
Yeah,
pre-move
pre-move,
c8.
yeah.
Okay, so seems like a lot of ways to win this position. And matter of a little bit of accuracy. So let's see which way he's going to go. He just needs to control his nerves, but he's a very experienced player. I expect him to stay calm under pressure. He went to b7.
Yeah, I think once you see this sequence, this becomes the simpler of the two to play, because you just block with all your pieces, and then c8 comes, and okay, white had many roads, but also this seems like very forcing, and probably the game just is over.
Which way do you think? Can I also go this way, by the way? Because if wait, this is where we came from. Can I go queen d6, queen c3, king c8, d7? Sorry, wait,
I mean, we're threatening c8, yeah.
And you don't have queen g7.
Yeah, this also looks very nice.
Okay, let's see which way he will go. So he has, I think king.
He went to a7, so none of the
None
above.
of the- okay.
But I think he will end up doing what I wanted, I think, with king b8 and queen b7.
So you think here he will go here?
Yeah, and then after, so there's no queen h8 because c8, and if you go queen b2, I think he's going to block with his queen on b7. And now there's a discovery with the c-pawn. You must try to play with domination, queen e5, but after king a8, luckily for me, there's this bishop on h1 which guards the diagonal, and after, yeah, oh my god, I missed that idea. Oh, that's irritating.
No, but
wait, oh, that disrupts
But-
everything.
how did we not have it last time? Ah, he needs to stay. Wait a minute. So what did we say here?
Oh, maybe I just start with, so queen e5, I go queen a7 first. Yeah, queen a7 first, then king a8.
Oh, this makes me a little nervous. So queen a1 played. Let's see where he's gonna go. I think to me king c6 was a bit more natural. I don't love putting my king on this side unless you have something calculated very precisely. And okay, the question is, where does he go? Can I go to b6? Is this silly?
Well, it's probably bad news for
He
him,
went
but he
to
went
B-
to b8 like me.
So here.
Yeah, queen b7.
So, but how did we do it from a8? Why did it work when we went here? Did we miss something?
Yeah, maybe you can just try queen a1 first, but I mean, I don't know how we block after queen a1. I just want to go queen b7 and queen a7.
You wanted to do what?
Instead of king a8, I wanted queen b7. Just yeah.
Right. But when we went here, how did this work for us? Did we miss something? We missed checking. Somehow in our line this worked out.
So after queen e5, we missed king a8 and then queen a1 back. But here we probably just start with queen a7, right? Like queen a7 first, and I don't see how you defend.
Well, I get out of this.
And then king a8.
Can I check you?
Ah, okay.
But
king
okay, so we
b7.
don't have to give up, right? So check. Now you go back to d7.
King b8.
Ah, now I don't have queen d6.
Yeah.
Okay. Some kind of a triangulation that is going to work out for us. Again, we're now us. We're always on the winning side.
Of course, let's not play any bad positions.
This is move 89, so this has been a really long battle, and I think we're nearing the end. Can I do anything else except for queen a7? What else can I do? Can I play queen somewhere? Queen e4, let's say. No, I don't want to allow this. Queen. I want to kick your queen away. Does this work for me at all? Because my idea is I have queen d7 check and promote. So.
Wait. Why did you not go to c8 then?
I'm trying to queen my pawn.
Yeah, but from c. Okay.
So my point is, if any point, let's say you attack my pawn, I always have like check on queen.
Okay.
So I want to see where you will go. So you keep checking me, right? I want to go to c6. But we're going to back to where we started, right? I feel like we had this position.
Yeah. He played something else.
One queen b4.
Okay.
With the idea of king b7,
Ah,
I think.
okay.
But king b7, I won't pin you.
Yeah,
Or
but if you pin me, I'll just take your pawns.
That's fair. That's enough, right?
Yeah.
So black needs to find a move here. Is f3 a move?
I think I can just take that, right?
Because if I go here, then maybe you check me or something. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, once the f pawn disappears, it will take a few more moves, but a lot of your tactical resources have disappeared.
So let's say I get out. Wait, what am I doing? I'm trying to make two moves. Let's say I run. So you go here, and I pin you. Oh, but now you take this for a check. So this is even worse. And you take this with a check. Oh my god.
Checkers.
And now I'm and
then
you
and
get
then
mated.
bishop d5 with check.
And you get mated. So I found the worst possible sequence with this king h6. So this does not work out at all. And so queen b4, black to move and find a move that doesn't lose immediately. So cannot go here because after king b7, there's no way for you to stop this pawn from queening. Am I correct? And in this position, no, I don't have. You're actually threatening. So I cannot move my queen. My queen cannot move, so I either have to move a pawn or I have to move my king.
So queen b4 is like almost like Sogswam. It's a nice concept because all of black's pieces are perfect, and queen b4 makes sure that you have to do something now, and it's not clear what you're going to do. Maybe black should try something like king g7, trying to change the position as little. Oh, but c8 is a.
The problem is after I go king b7, you take away this idea, and you don't have g5 because immediately I trade queens.
Yeah, so
queen
every
b4
move,
dominating.
it's
Very nice
amazing.
move.
Every single move makes your position worse. King g7 takes away queen g7, g5 it's queen e4, f3 I take it.
Very nice, dominant. He made a move.
He
King
played
went to
king
h6.
h6. Isn't this the
So we went king b7 here.
Yeah, and now there's no queen g7 because of this queen f4 idea.
He
So what
went
is he gonna
queen
try?
a1. Ah, attacking the bishop with a check.
But hanging f4 with
But
check.
I'm starting to take all your pawns, correct? But am I
Yeah.
taking all your pawns?
I th-
King g7. Can I actually queen? This has to be mate, right? There is no. Wait, no. You
Well,
take this with a
I don't
check.
I don't want to allow.
I didn't
this,
realize
yeah.
I was hanging with a check. But actually, let me see. If you take it with a check, if I go.
Oh my
Where?
god. There's no checks after king c7? How is that even possible?
I mean, I have two queens, you have one queen.
Oh man.
So that's how. But this is annoying, you know, it's constantly finding resources. I think
Yeah.
psychologically this is not easy to
No,
deal
but
with.
queen takes f4 just makes so much sense. Yeah, he's already played it, and then
King g7 only move.
I
So you think he won't, but if you take, then
Yeah.
this check start all over again.
yeah, but I don't know. I'd be so tempted just to bail and play queen h2 and be safe.
Yeah, queen h2 is the human move, but let's see what he will do.
He might even. Oh, he
He's
played queen
checking.
e4, which is, it keeps his queen central, and yeah, now the f-pawn has disappeared. The fight has sort of restarted, but now there's no danger.
Oh, but this would have been, what a finish this would have been that
Takes-
we blundered into.
Yeah. King c7, no checks, queen f8 comes.
No, actually, you do have a check.
Yeah, yeah, and then king c7 back, no more
Okay,
checks
no more
again.
So you need your king to be in a stalemate, and then you give up your queen, and then it's a win.
Oh man.
No, we're not going to see. This is humans playing, not insanity. From what this,
Yeah, he's probably just going to
So
try
what's
the
going
same
to happen?
mechanism again.
queen a1. Okay. But now I can play. But now you don't really have checks, right? Because so now if I go to this side, so this
Mhm.
check is made with queen d5.
Yeah,
So now you have to do what?
queen a5 or something.
But it's hard to believe you're not going to lose everyone here. So if I go here, you go queen b6, I go king d7. Where's my win? And now I really feel like we're getting very
Yeah,
close
queen.
to checkmate here. Well, okay, now I take your point
Yeah,
with
yeah.
a check, and I can just at this point I can just
Yeah, it's probably
really
just
relax.
it's probably just mate.
Yeah, this one is very simple. Promote variation, and I promote variation, so I can move this. He went king e7. Ah, no more checks. Very nice. And okay, this is very similar to with Sa. So if queen c1, queen e5.
You can't go to g8 because the bishop on h1 will arrive on the d5 square and ruin your day. And if you go to h7, we will take your, or anywhere on the h file, we'll take the h pawn with check.
And this is the position we have on the board, and we will see a result very soon. We're reaching move 100. What a battle! What a way to get your way into the playoffs. Wow, this has been an amazing game. Went to g8, but now bishop d5 is coming, right?
Yeah, bishop d5 should. Wait, he didn't play. Oh no, he went to h7 and then bishop d5. Or bishop. Oh no, bishop d5 was played first. Then king h7 takes on h2. I'm surprised Christopher is still playing, to be honest.
Maybe he wants to reach move 100. Because I think next move bishop e6, right?
Mhm.
And this will be game over. But we did reach move 100. What a battle. What a result for Yasser. 2 wins in a row. Of course, this game is not over yet, but Christopher has run out of resources, unfortunately.
Yeah, he
This
does.
is
He
the
loses.
realizations that we see that I had chances and it's just all over.
Yeah, he resigns.
And we see resignation, move 100. Wow, what a game,
Wow.
what a battle. And we have a big tie for first place. So let's see our playoff format now that we know that we have such a big tie for first place. Because we were entertaining this thought, but we have a
Wow.
5-way Armageddon single elimination tournament. So how does this work exactly?
So I guess what'll end up happening is each player is going to be playing an Armageddon in the game against each other, and as soon as you lose, then you're out of the tournament. So it's going to be like a round or an elimination style bracket with Armageddon, and then they'll lose.
So it's 5 versus 4. I have played. Oh, we have.
Oh,
paired.
okay.
Oh, someone has been seated. This must
Oof.
be good tie-breaks then. Wow. Daro versus Yasser Quesada. I'm actually really excited to see this game because they both, they kind of came back to tie for first because Daro lost yesterday, he won today. He really kind of earned his place for tie for first, and Yasser this epic battle and winning his game yesterday. So the winner of that match will play Benjamin Bach, and the winner of that match will face the winner of Sevian versus Gledura.
Oh, also I've just gotten news that we will see every single game played in this tiebreak. They will happen one at a time. So the first matchup we'll get to see is Daro versus Yasser Quesada Perez, and Benjamin Bach had great tiebreak. So yeah, he will play the winner of that matchup, and Sam Sevian and Benjamin Gledura will be playing their tiebreak before that match.
And so the high-rated player does have a choice of whether they want to have white or black. I think 5 versus 4, you always, And actually, I don't know if there is going to be increment after move 60, because I remember we were playing in American Cup, and initially it was no increment, and then Levon complained about it, so they added increment after move 60, because he didn't really like this Armageddon games where the pieces are getting thrown off, and it's no longer chess. Like we saw this tournament in Berlin, this Armageddon, where players are pushing pawns, and then like the file of the pawn changes and then goes the other way. So Levon really didn't like this. So in the American Cup, we added 1 second increment. Here we don't have an increment, so it's pure 5 versus 4, which I think has to favor white, even though black plays for 2 results. So we should also explain to our viewers what an Armageddon is. It's 5 versus 4, so white gets 5 minutes, black has 4 minutes, but gets draw odds. And if the game ends in a draw, that means black wins. So black is playing for 2 results, but of course white has an extra minute on the clock and is playing to also flag their opponent. So I think because there is so little time on the clock, I think 5 minutes versus 4 minutes, I think this 1 minute difference is actually really significant. And personally, I would choose white, although people they have their own preferences depending on their repertoire and how they feel about their games. So should we try to make some predictions?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think that white is for preference in any of these low time control, no increment style of games. Just the likelihood that a decisive result is going to happen, I think, outweighs the draw odds, and the extra time is kind of nice. Sure. I predict that Daro is going to win against Yasser Quesada. I have to go with the SLU student because I think that he played for us in the Archbishops.
Okay, so you're choosing the SLU student, and let me think. What do I want to choose? I kind of want to root for Yasser because he did have this epic win, and kind of just want to see him continue doing this. But I'm also I know Daro personally a little bit because we played in US Championships, and also
What's the question?
St. Louis local. So I think maybe I'll be leaning towards Daro a bit, although Yasser does. He's both tired, but he also has the momentum of having just won the game. And we will be seeing these games. We will be taking a short break, but we will be covering all the games. So please stay with us, and we will be right back with the playoff, and we will crown the champion.
Clear. Okay, so this comes with. Alright, so I just kind of.
Capital of the United States boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Dariusz Swiercz. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 8th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city.
Welcome back to our broadcast of the 2023 Spring Chess Classic. We are back to see tie-breaks. So what do you think about the tie-breaks, Tatev?
I'm really excited to see tie-breaks. I personally don't have a lot of good experience playing in tie-breaks, but they're really exciting to see. And we have all Armageddon tie-breaks, which means it's just one game decides it all. The winner moves to the next one, and the loser is eliminated. And let's take a look at what the players are playing for. And actually, there is the title of the tournament, of course, and there is the prize fund. And the winner will take the first place, the $6,000. So they are playing for this $6,000, and everyone else is going to share the second to the fifth place funds. And so there's a lot of money on the line. And we are going into this tiebreak with a 5-way tie. And we can take a look at the bracket and see what we have ahead of us. So our very first game is going to be Dariusz Swiercz versus Yasser Quesada Perez. And we have Daro with the white pieces. We will get the moves in a few seconds. Like the game will be underway. And the winner of this match is going to play Benjamin Bach. And we will have another game of Sam Sevian versus Benjamin Gledura. So Benjamin Bach gets to rest for one round. And this is actually going to be a must-win game for Dariusz Swiercz, who has the white pieces and will have 5 minutes. And Yasser Quesada Perez, we see, has 4 minutes and can actually move to the second round by drawing this game.
All right, so we see the handshake. Daro starts with knight f3. He's been a English player for most of this tournament, I believe, and now this is an unusual opening choice. He plays with b3, bishop b2, a double fianchetto. So double fianchetto against a reverse London system. It's gives me Nakamura vibes from like chess.com. I know Naka was playing this setup a lot online.
Well, today he played knight f3, and when I was talking to him, he said he played some theory yesterday. It didn't work out well, so today he came to the game thinking, I'm just going to play a game that I don't want to, I just want to be practical, and I want to just get a game and just not go into deep theory. And he's just doing just that, right? Knight f3, b3, g3. And now he is up on the clock still by a minute. And as long as he gets a comfortable position where he can make a lot of moves, that is going to be his advantage. So what we don't want to allow is a lot of simplifications. We're just, as the white player that is, you want to keep the game going, because one of the ways for white to win this is by just flagging their opponent.
Yeah, I noticed that in the knight on c3 is unusual for this type of setup. I know in these ready positions, usually the knight's on d2 and white plays c4. So what do you think about the knight on c3 in this position?
Yeah, the knight does seem a bit misplaced. I assume the knight at some point will go to d1 and e3. I think white's idea will be associated with playing f4 at some point. So he goes b4, so we see there is some pawn structural change on the queen side with this moves a4, b4, and the key in this kind of position and in this Armageddon games is getting a lot of moves in and being comfortable here. So we see the pawn structure is just constantly changing.
Now I quite like Daro's position, and his knight on c3 will remaneuver itself to d1 and probably the f2 square, and if black isn't careful, I think a very strong kingside attack could be generated. Yeah, the kingside attack is one idea by white here. This bishop on h7, I've played this kingside, King's Indian attack positions. Well, I faced them with black, and my bishop is on c8 usually as a French player. It happens from e4, e6, d3. So the bishop on h7 is actually a very nice defensive piece. And we see a lot more changes have happened, complete structural change, as black has exchanged his central pawns for this passed pawns, for this A and B pawns. So there's very strong passed pawn on a4. Connected pass pawn, and wow, what happened? Bishop takes d5 is a very committal decision, but I guess Daro thinks that his f and e pawns are his main advantage in this position, and the bishop on g2 doesn't serve a lot of purpose. So he thinks he has a blockade here, but I think he still needs a few moves. So d5 is hanging, but a3 is a very strong move. A3 is very nice. If you take a whole bunch, then queen c5 at the end forks the rook on a3 and the knight on d4. I wonder if Daro missed this tactical shot. Yeah, I think he did. And knight d5 runs into queen b7. Again, everything else. So bishop c1 only move. So bishop c1 has... Oh, he took. Wait. Oh, he took with the rook, which actually I think rook a3 was the only move because bishop c1 also ran into a fork with something coming to c3 attacking a1 and d4.
Yeah, but the objective evaluation of the position is not as important as getting a lot of moves in and whoever has the easier play. So now I see, this bishop here, and knight f5 is quite a nice move because queen g4, e6, now this attack is coming, and
yeah, I think
black has to face this.
I think this was a quite a good transition for white because the pawn on a3 was very dangerous, and at the cost of an exchange, all of white's pieces are now very strong.
I think black is just getting mated. Queen g4. What do you do?
Oh wow!
G6?
And if e6, you're playing. Oh no, you're
Can
playing.
I just take? It's so hard for me to believe that you can
queen
take
h4.
this. Queen h4, f5. Can I do this? And then take on f7.
Yeah, he played your move, queen g4, very strong. Daro seems like he's in control of this position.
So he's only up 45 seconds, so he has lost a bit of time, but he might just win on the board. So it's possible for you to win on the board or on the clock. So white is a must-win situation because black has draw odds here. But g6 was played, so I was wondering why he's thinking. But I think bishop d4 might run into queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking maybe my e6 move also potentially runs into some queen c2. So
Queen c2 can be extremely annoying because now there is some counterplay on the second rank. So maybe this actually requires a lot of accuracy.
yeah, I like your knight h6 move. The more I think about it, the stronger I think that it is. King g7 runs into knight f5 back, and now knight e7, I think. And if you go to g7, then yeah, f5, f6, and you'll mate me on the h file.
Oh, he went knight e7 immediately. So what is the difference?
So the reason why I wanted to take the h pawn was to give check on the h file with the queen later. I'm not so happy about this decision from Daro.
It's hard to say because the position is so complicated. Maybe this is mate. How does he defend himself? F takes g6 is mate. He took on e5, only move. And if f takes g6, you take. How do you take? If you take this way, can I take? What is happening? Oh, he took on e7.
Yeah, that's very clever, defending everything, because now when you take on g6, f8 is hanging. Is not hanging anymore, and white should be okay.
This is very unfortunate because I think this runs into some perpetual, so he has to take only move.
Mm-hmm.
Now he has to take on f8.
Yeah, and white does not have draw odds. Black has draw odds, so it seems very likely that Swiercz is not going to win this game.
There is there's a perpetual. He has to go for this perpetual because queen f1 is mate.
Yeah, but perpetual is the same as a loss, so playing this perpetual would be, the same as resigning.
But he doesn't have any other move.
Yeah.
He can go queen d5, queen f7. He has to cover f1. He can play queen g2, but then b3.
Yeah, Daro missed a huge shot. I think he'll regret not playing knight h6.
Of course, after he looks at this game, at this critical moment, he will say knight h6, but over the board, it's so hard to make this decision because this position is just so complicated. And the position we have on the board, queen f8 played, and I think here he is realizing that he doesn't have anything better than a perpetual. And as we saw after queen d5, queen f7, the queen very annoyingly also defends the rook, even if I could take the rook, I would...
So you have to try something like queen g2 here. Like, even if objectively you're dead lost, playing perpetual is the same as resigning, and they're playing for so much money. He just plays perpetual, but yeah, unfortunately, this is resignation. So Quesada Perez makes it into the next round.
After that epic win against Christopher Yu, he wins another game, so I think he's on a roll now. Yeah,
very nice defense. It's so easy in a position where your opponent's just attacking your king to totally collapse, but he kept his cool, and even if objectively he was lost, he played very practically and very fast, and his opponent wasn't able to convert in time pressure.
And now he has another game against Benjamin Bach coming up, but we can go back and take a look at that critical moment. Once the game starts, of course, we'll go back to the game. And in this position, again, it's so easy to make these moves when you are not the one under pressure, because this position is just so complicated. If we just pause and look at this, this is hanging with some potential mates on the second rank. This king is, of course, is just very vulnerable. And Daro calculated some kind of a precise line, and he missed something, which is what happened in the game. So what we want to play is this move, the king h8. This looks, after bishop d4, e6 is coming. This looks extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and queen h3
But
back.
even something like this, it's still... I mean, okay, because e6 is coming and the knight f7 is coming, this is very strong.
Yeah, some very, very precise moves need to be made here. Yeah, e6 being check is convenient. I think a nice line in that position was if you continue down that path, like queen h3, queen c2, queen takes d3, then I have e6 check. And if you take on d4, I have knight f5 check, and I collect your queen.
Nice. Yeah, but with seconds left on your clock, it's so difficult to make. But also when you have, when you're playing this time odds games, this Armageddon games, and you're ahead on the clock, you just want to stay ahead on the clock, because if you lose this time advantage, then you're just playing for, your opponent is playing for 2 results, and they have no disadvantages. So their main disadvantage is you have a minute on the clock, you can flag them. So if everything is even and there is no time difference, then the odds are really in their favor. But this was a critical moment, and just not enough time for him to figure it out. If this was a classical game, then I think Daro would have won quite comfortably. But unfortunately, in the blitz game, anything is possible. And actually, let's see what happens. So 97, f5, 95, only move. And yeah, this was the problem, because he gave his opponent only moves to make, because there's nothing else he can do.
Yeah,
this will run into some kind of a checkmate, right?
Yeah, bishop
h5, bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4 is easy enough, I think.
All kinds of checkmates. So he gave him this option, and counterintuitive, leaving your opponent with this bishop, but without that knight, there is no attack, and we have a perpetual. And Yasser Quesada Perez does move to play Benjamin Bach, and our next game is about to start, so we will move on to that game.
So it's going to be Sevian against Gledura. They're going to give Yasser Quesada Perez a chance to rest in between Armageddon games. Of course, he had this long game with Christopher Yu, so a well-deserved rest, and now we will get to see Sevian against Gledura.
Yeah, he might just be playing on pure adrenaline at this point. He played that long game, and now he has to play another game. There's no time for him to rest, but he's winning. He's won 3 games. The last 3 games he's played, he's won. So he's on the streak. So Gledura, white against Sevian, same situation. Must-win game for white.
Actually, I think is the graphic wrong, because I think it's Sevian against...
No, I think Gledura, I can tell from the
so
player's hand. So Gledura is playing white, Sevian is black. Yes, the graphic is not correct. I can also see from the way Sevian is sitting that it's him.
Nice.
So white to win in this game. Draw means that Sevian advances. So a must-win game for Benjamin Gledura, and he actually had a lot of time to rest. His game ended rather quickly, so he must be very well rested. But Sevian also coming off victory, and these things actually can make a difference, because it's momentum. And the games will start any second.
Yeah, Sevian a very exciting player. I think the most number of wins, wins and losses in this tournament have come from him to get here. So we're awaiting the start of this round at any moment.
Any moment now, the arbiter will start the clock. And what is our prediction for this game? We see a handshake. The time starts. Knight f3, d5, b3. No, g3.
Popular choice, knight f3 in these tie breaks. So probably d4 here, playing a reverse Grudenfeld. Yeah.
The castle.
Yeah, I've always found this line to be a bit dangerous for black. But e3 is an unusual choice. I know that c4 is the main move for white, and black plays the move bishop to d7.
Getting ready to face some future c4s, because a lot of times in these positions, after c4 is played, there's some issues for black on the diagonal, g2, the h1, a8 diagonal, and now he's developing his bishop, but Sam needs to start playing a little quicker. He cannot be spending so much time on move 7. He's getting behind. He's still a minute behind. Oh, b5.
Yeah, just controlling the c4 square. And it's interesting to note that white in both of these Armageddon games has chosen to play very slow, solid systems that aim to play like a long game, which makes a lot of sense because if you play a lot of moves, then your extra minute is going to count for a lot. So I think this is very clever by both Daro and Gledura. I think it's the right approach to this format.
And the thing is, it's a blitz game, 4 against 5. Now it's 4 against 3. So at some point, something is going to happen. When you have no time, mistakes come. Something happens. It doesn't matter if it's a tactical blunder, positional blunder, whatever it is. You know, some miscalculation. It's going to happen. There's just not enough time to figure everything out. But having extra time is, of course, very helpful. And again, getting a lot of moves in. This is very important. So Sam is still a minute behind on the clock. So he has not made any improvements in that regard. But his position does seem quite comfortable, so he can make up for it in future moves. Maybe in the future he can play e5. I think next he's going to castle, no matter what. So his position feels very comfortable. He has more space. His pieces are developed. Everything is where it's supposed to be. So
the bishop on c1 doesn't leave a very good impression. Every single pawn in white's position is on a dark square, and the bishop currently has 0 legal moves.
So for this bishop to develop, he will have to either move the b pawn or move the knight. And I also like this configuration of the queen and bishop on the diagonal because...
oh, it's a very nice move by Sam. Sam plays the move a5, controlling the b4 square. And I do say I quite like black's position at the moment.
Yeah, black's position is very comfortable. It's very easy for him to find his moves. And white is struggling. So now we see clocks are getting closer. It's actually 3:12 to 3:07. So white is losing the main advantage. So in this position, white is both fours on the board and also on the clock.
And black
Bishop
has
e8. What a nice move. I
and
love
black
this
has
move.
draw odds. So everything I think is in black's favor right now.
Yeah, but now the position might be opening up. Bishop e8. I love this move. As a French player, whenever I put my bishop on e8, I feel like I'm doing well. a5, very dominating move, impossible to
g4
develop,
Wow.
so he goes for g4.
Yeah, white is lashing out at this point because you need to generate counterplay somewhere. If you just remain worse on all sides of the board, and you're going to get slowly crushed. But I don't necessarily like this push because you do weaken the g4 g5 weakens the f5 square, and the king side will become a bit soft.
And I like how Sam is playing. The way he's playing is just so dominant. He's playing so quickly. His moves are so good. He's getting ready to play e5, aiming at the queen. He doesn't care about this attack. Maybe he blundered some bishop d5, but he goes back with the queen, brings the queen closer, and he's getting ready to go e5 now. e5, huge threat by black.
Yeah, and
So
yeah,
he
you might play
sidesteps, but e5 still
e5
looks
anyway,
strong because the queen looks very funny on that side of the board. Also e5 may be a bit loosening, so it's actually a big decision for Sam because, you know, part of you wants to play active and wants to play against what your opponent is doing, but the other part of you knows you have draw odds.
Right. And that's a good point. So Sam chooses to play more calm, probably due to the format of the tournament. I'm sure in a classical game he would have tried to punish white more in playing in the center than he has in this game.
Rook a5, I like this move, but now white is up a pawn. So bishop on c1, again, not leaving a great impression, but at least white got a pawn. And now black has to prove that he has some compensation for it. This king is also very weak. And, you know, there's some draw odds, so bishop g5 might be some kind of a threat in the future.
b4 was a nice move by white, though, taking advantage of the fact that en passant wasn't possible due to the rook on a5 being hanging. So black played the move rook d5, and there is some long-term potential for white. So at the moment, his position isn't very good, but I think that if he manages to survive the next few moves, then it'll be white who might even have winning chances.
Wait, this is a blunder. Rook e1, queen d2. Rook e1, queen d2 wins a piece. Oh no! Rook e1, Sam.
Wow.
This is your chance. You have to see this.
Yeah, this is a big,
What is
big
he calculating?
chance.
He's calculating rook d2 probably, but this is just a piece.
Yeah, rook b1.
Oh
yeah.
no, he has queen. Is he calculating this? Oh, this is what he's calculating. And king goes up.
Yeah, the issue.
But I must have some perpetual here, right? There's no way. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
there's good. It's good enough. So he finds it. Yeah, queen d2.
What a moment. Queen d2 played.
No, he's still thinking about queen d2, but I'm sure that this is the reason why Sam played this line. And after rook b1, you probably just take on b4 with the queen, and then a3 comes, and that should be game over. Oh, he even takes with the rook. And
Wait, there is no queen a8.
yeah, bishop f8.
Rook b1, we missed. He did spend a bit of time, so he's down on time again. But now he's doing well on the board. Bishop d4, nice chance. Takes, and queen b4.
Ah, okay. So he plays very safe. So draw is being very important here. He does have less time than his opponent, though. So Gledura has made up some ground in this game, I think. I feel like instead of rook b4, black should have played queen b4 earlier. I'm not sure how white was defending against that, but we're here now. So bishop f8 and
Queen a1, bishop f8. Safety is key here. He's very happy with a draw. So, but still down on time. You know, you can just flog your opponent. You just have to play fast.
right. Gledura is thinking here.
Okay,
So
trying to
h6,
checkmate.
yeah. So now if he can reverse the battery somehow, then he would be doing very well. But it obviously takes time for white to rearrange his pieces in such a way.
And if he moves his queen, then he's going to run into a lot of checks on the back rank. So there is no chance to do this. But what, can I go queen d1, threatening queen g4?
Yeah, queen d1 I think is what he's going to do.
Oh,
queen e1. Yeah.
Threatening mate. How do we stop this? Queen d3, very nice. Queen goes to g6.
Yeah, very precise. Sam plays well under pressure.
But still, this time difference making me so nervous.
It's only 5 seconds at this point, and I think, yeah, now
Play quick if you need to.
Sam, play faster.
h5.
No, queen h5 would have.
Yeah, but you know, you can't just play this. You can't just play this forever.
Queen h5 I think wasn't possible because the queen was on.
No, I want to go pawn h5.
Oh yeah, pawn h5, yeah, that was.
But you know, these young players, they play so much online. I think they're so used to this Armageddon position. Take on e4, very nice.
Yeah, now it
Take
should
on
be pretty
f4.
safe. Now
Okay.
you should never lose this position anymore. So it's going to become an insane time
So,
scramble now.
Yes.
Take and
You
yeah,
just
no
need
more.
to trade queen somehow.
Oh man, Sam is trying to win this position. I'd be obsessed
Queen
with
f6,
the queen
nice.
f6. Ah, now you can't. Now you
Nice.
lose.
Wow.
Sam Sevian,
Ooh.
well-deserved victory in this Armageddon playoff.
What a
And
game. What a game. What a turnaround that we saw at this moment. If I can find it.
Yeah, let's.
This moment when he went bishop d2.
Yeah.
And I think some spend the time calculating queen e5. But I
Right.
think after bishop f8 and you take here. So first of all, I can pick up your bishop.
Yeah.
But at the very least, I must have a perpetual.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
not the very least, right?
it's Armageddon. So, probably instead of queen,
Daro and Quesada
e1,
was
we could have
a
taken on
draw,
e3
right?
and given checks on the side, right? Like just forever queen
Oh,
e3.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Daro
So
won.
this.
Oh, wait.
So
No,
maybe
no,
he was
Quesada
afraid
won.
of some h6,
Yeah.
but
I'm very
still
surprised.
I have a perpetual here.
I'm very surprised that he took on b4 with the rook. Wasn't queen b4 just winning a piece by force? Yeah, rook e1, queen d2, rook b1, and then queen b4, and a3
So
is
he's
coming
probably
next.
afraid
Bishop
of
f8.
this. So h6 again. But h6, I should be able to ignore this,
Yeah,
right?
and then
And
move
bishop
away.
e7. And once this bishop is off the board, then there is no more checks. Wow, congratulations, Sevian. Actually, I don't know if he would have made it in the final position and queen his pawn to win the game, but because white ran out of pieces, the game ended. There is no way for white to win, so it doesn't matter what the result is. It's either a draw or a win. If black would manage to queen his pawn and win the game, or a draw, just by default. And Sevian moves to the next round, and he's going to be facing the winner of Quesada Perez and Benjamin
Bach.
Gledura.
Or-
Benjamin Bach.
Yeah.
So
So-
Sevian moves to the next spot, and Benjamin Bach playing his first Armageddon game in this tournament.
So Benjamin Bach, probably the most well-rested player at this point in time. He has rested all the way up until this point through the Armageddon matches, and his game with Gledura was pretty quick. It actually ended before our broadcast came on.
Yes, so let's see who will have the white pieces. So we saw that Yasser Quesada, he had the black pieces last game. He survived the storm. So I'm curious to see what is going to happen. I think that's Benjamin with the white pieces. From what I see, I can tell. I think Benjamin is white. So
Yeah, I think
one more one more game that he needs to survive.
You're more familiar with the players than I am. You could just tell by looking. I still don't really know by body language how these players act.
Yeah, sometimes like from mannerisms or from the way the players are sitting, I can tell who it is, especially with the top players because I've seen them so many times. But so they're figuring out the DGT to make sure everything works, and I see the black player is a bit nervous, shaking his leg, but who isn't? I'm nervous just watching this. So let's see if we have any predictions here. What's going to happen in this game?
Yeah, I think. So now it's really hard to root against Yasser Quesada Perez. Just every game he plays off adrenaline, and he's won his last 3 games. I'm going to switch it up. I think Yasser Quesada Perez is going to defeat Benjamin Bach, even though I would. I'm in my heart, I'm rooting for Benjamin Bach as he's an archbishop, and it's hard to root against my teammates.
Who else? Oh, Dariusz was also. But every time,
Yeah.
your archbishops, Daro's out,
Yeah.
so he's the only one standing in this tournament.
Yeah, so I'm predicting that Quesada wins such that Bach will win, proving me wrong.
And we do have some moves. Again, knight f3, and this is a repeat of the last game, but no b3.
No, c4, yeah. So c4 instead of this b3, bishop b2, knight c3 system. So now this is a more thematic way to play this ready position. I believe they play bishop e3, to play this sort of endgame with the double b pawns, and this is considered to be slightly unpleasant for black.
And I'm not getting the moves on my end, so we will be watching the game on the stream. And we see the time difference, still a minute on the clock. Benjamin is playing very quickly. He seems to know this position really well. The idea is to put a knight on a5, put a lot of pressure on black structure, and the other knight can go to d4. So all the pieces are headed towards the queen side here.
Right. I think a lot of the play is associated around the b7 and c6 pawns being slightly weak in this position. That's why rook b8 was played to over-defend the b7 pawn.
But, okay, white is thinking, but otherwise he had a huge advantage on the clock. So knight goes to a5 anyways, putting pressure on the pawn. So at some point, white might even be able to play b5. Oh, now he has an option. He can take with the knight or the pawn. If he takes with the pawn, knight e4 is coming. So he might have to say goodbye to that bishop.
I kind of like knight takes better. Just I don't want to give knight e4 as you were pointing out. But okay, he decides that knight e4 isn't as big of a deal as having these double isolated b pawns long term. I mean, he saves his bishop. He plays bishop e1, and now his bishop is safe. So maybe this was just the best of all worlds.
Oh, I love this kind of move. And now we see why rook f1 is good.
Yeah, your favorite bishop.
Bishop e8, bishop e1. This is how you should be developing these pieces. So now we see the b2 pawn is hanging. Maybe rook a2 is possible. This bishop on h7 can prove to be an annoying piece to face because it's eyeing this long diagonal. Here, how to defend this pawn? Do I want to play something like rook a2? Black's position seems quite passive because there's this pin, b7 is hanging, you cannot really do anything about this, you can never move this pawn, c6 is hanging, something might happen on this diagonal. Instead he played knight d4.
c5 is a nice move from black. So even though the pawns were doubled on b4 and b2, black trades off the double pawn because it's more important to gain some space and change the structure with black rather than just being passive and waiting around for white to determine what he wants to do.
Oh, momentum. Momentum is so important in this game, and now the black knight is going to land on d3. f2 is hanging, and maybe the e4 knight, so now knight d3 I expect. Unless I'm missing something. No, what happened?
Oh, so he took on d1 and played rook d8. Yeah, these
okay.
draw odds once again. Black was very happy with the draw, and the more pieces you exchange, the more likely it is we're going to see that result.
And now knight d3 is going to be even more annoying because the bishop on e1 is actually under attack. So this was actually a very unpleasant change for white because now the flow of the game changes. He was pressing, and now he has to keep the game going in a way that he still has winning chances because, again, white needs to win this game.
I must say, I think Quesada Perez is a very good defender. Every game we've seen him play, he's under some sort of pressure. He has to guard from some sort of checks, and he's been up to the task in every game.
And I mean, to be fair, every game we've seen him play has been with the black pieces. No,
Yeah.
but I agree. He's doing really well under pressure. So let's see the clock situation once we zoom in. So it's 2:59 to 2:16. So getting a bit closer. This needs to be playing a little bit faster. And there's so many knights on the board. It's always so scary with the knights. The bishop on h7. Very
Bishop.
annoying. Oh, knight b2, attacking c4. But can the pawn? Can the pawn move? No. Oh, the pawn did move. Got a lot of moves in.
Yeah, I don't know who I'd even prefer at this point, because on the one hand, the pawn on c5 could be scary. On the other hand, the a pawn could run, and also, so I think the tactical reason why this is possible is if you take on c5 twice, then white has this bishop b4 idea, which is why black did not opt to take the c5 pawn. With that said, black does have the outside pass pawn, and at the very least, very good drawing chances.
So he's really determined to exchange pieces, and
I do like that he set up his piece before he hit his clock. There are too many players that knock over the pieces and just hit the clock and expect the game to keep going on, but that is not allowed, so he did set up his piece like a gentleman would.
well, he's finding every move to exchange pieces. And so, for example, if knight d3, bishop d3, king goes to g2, and I think a5 is coming to stop this bishop from joining the game, and now king e7, king d6 is going to come next. So I see Benjamin is nervous, and I think he should be, because positionally he's not doing great. It's just he's up on the clock, a5, playing very quickly. He's only up 30 seconds. On the board, objectively, he's not doing any better than his opponent, but this is an Armageddon game.
a5 is very nice because it also stops bishop b4 check from being a thing, and now the king can come to d6, and I think that's why bishop b2 is played. Now you can meet king e7 with the move bishop to a3. But you have to be careful because bishop a3 could be a tactic at some point anyway because c7 comes, but luckily we still have bishop a6 to guard against the c-pawn.
He went f4, trying to open the diagonal. f6 keeps the balance in the position. Black is doing great positionally. So it's just a matter of not getting behind on the clock. He's not too behind, but again, once the clock starts running low, anything can happen. So I expect a4 is possible. I don't think there is a problem with a4. Just make decisions quick.
Yeah, you need to play a4 quickly though, and this could still end up in a very bizarre time scramble. You need to be so careful, yeah. Bishop a6, nice save.
Oh, king d7, bishop e6 would have been a nasty tactics. We'll take a look at it when we get the chance.
Yeah, so now
Black is doing great. That pawn is running, that pawn is falling.
Yeah, you take the c7 pawn. Oh, he's reaching for bishop because if you check first, then we could have maybe dislodged the king, but bishop c7 is just safer, not risking any tactics.
Bishop d3 check?
Yeah, bishop d3 looks amazing.
Bishop d1.
Yeah, I like bishop d3 a lot.
Just play quickly. But he's afraid the king will run to g6. So e4 and the king will run to g6. So this is, I think, king g6. Yeah.
Yeah,
white. Just as practical decisions. Ooh, king d6. Oh, bishop b4. He blundered bishop b4.
Oh no. Now, the tide is changed.
Oh,
yeah, king d6 was a big mistake.
All over on the board. He's just taking all the pawns.
Yeah, and you have no time, and this is the big risk. Now white's probably going to win this game.
Oh, that was heartbreaking. He was doing so well. But no, this will be objectively lost. The bishop on d5, so dominant and... Ooh, okay,
but
that's
bishop,
a nice chance.
yeah,
but bishop a3 again, and now bishop c1.
Bishop f8, bishop c1, yeah. Yeah, you just lose h6, and it's going to be two
white has so
pawns.
much time. Just takes this. Oh, this is...
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking to see. Of course, there had to be a winner at some point. The game is not over yet, to be fair. But when you see someone doing really well, we don't like to see huge blunders. We like to see beautiful games. So this is a bit heartbreaking to see someone just blunder. Maybe he will mate him. He should be too.
Yeah,
but he has no
self-made in some way. But yeah, king f5, and it's just all over. h5 is coming, and the pawns will queen eventually. Okay, he starts with g5, which makes sense.
There is no self-made.
Yeah, no. g6, bishop h. He's trying fighting a bit, yeah, but
unfortunately the position doesn't offer a whole lot of fight. g7.
Yeah.
No, it's not enough time. 1 second on the clock. Oh, that was heartbreaking.
Wow. So Benjamin Bach will be playing Sam Sevian in the final. It's really, really exciting format. I gotta say, these games go really fast and they're super exciting, and I'm kind of a big fan of this playoff format.
So all tournaments should just be 4 versus 5 Armageddon. This is all tournament chess going forward. There was a key moment we wanted to look at in this game, but so what was the key moment that we saw something?
Yeah, Black played so well up till this point.
Yeah, he was just defending. So he was just exchanging everything a5, dominating this bishop. And then f4, he's trying to do something on the diagonal. He's like, nope. But we did see that this became a problem. King e7, and this was the key moment. He did not play king d7, running into bishop e6 and queen.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate.
Instead, he played bishop a6, a great move, and we see here that he goes for the pawn. But you know, this is a very practical decision for white. Even if you somehow, I think maybe he should have gone for check and this in this position, or this. Oh, bishop e6.
No, I like what he did. I just think that king d6 was a bad mistake. Like here, if you don't play king d6 and play something like bishop d6.
What do you mean bishop king d6? Oh,
so
bishop
he
d6.
played king d6 and bishop
He didn't
e4.
play
and
king
then-
d6.
No?
King d6. No, he checked.
No. I mean like later.
Oh.
Like here, he played king d6 or something to that effect.
Yeah,
and
he
bishop e4
blundered
came.
bishop before.
Yeah, I think.
But
bishop.
here, I mean, this is so easy to panic because you're just losing these pawns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the reason why he did that was he wanted to go bishop b6, bishop d4.
Yeah, but I think in this position it's already hard to
Maybe
suggest a move.
a2.
But a2 I will take.
Okay, my point was I wanted to go bishop a5 and try to chase you on the diagonal, so bishop c7
Go back.
all the way, and then maybe now, yeah, maybe it actually was much harder than I thought it was.
You need to be able to play king e6, bishop e5.
I was gonna say now maybe king d6 is better than it was before,
And
but
then I take. But now that I've
Yeah.
taken this many pawns, I might give up my bishop and then put my king on the dark square and just push my pawn. No, I think
Yeah.
in this position, once the king got to g6, I think practically this is already, psychologically this is very difficult because there's no way you can calculate what happens after
Mhm.
you lose these pawns, even if you somehow get a bishop. And this was a great choice by Benjamin in this position, going e4, king e4, and just completely forgetting everything here. So kind of tying black down to the queen side and going for this pawns.
yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, after king g6, it's pretty difficult to play black's position. I wonder if you could, instead of playing bishop d3, maybe you could start with the e4. I don't know if this is really smart or really stupid.
What is the idea?
The whole point is that your pawn's not on e4 yet, so if you take with the bishop, then I will play a2, and if you
This is so scary.
I thought,
Oh, now you can put a.
yeah, something like this, and if you go king g6, then I have bishop e4, or no, now I'm just blundering everything.
Well, we
Long-
had this
long
position
day.
before, but we saw a version of this before, right? You were
Oh,
trying something like this.
Bishop a5, and then bishop g7 again. Yeah.
Yeah, now I can then come and hide. And maybe you defend, and I can never take this pawn. But
Yeah, it's still practically it's hard to play
yeah,
black
if you go here.
Oh, but if you go king f6, I can play a1 also.
Oh, that also.
Yeah.
No, but what I think happened is white played really practical moves, going king f5, trying to go for his queenside pawn. So black doesn't really have time to run there, because if you try, I will just check you. So we see similar to what happened. So he played moves that make a lot of sense, but bishop d3 I think just helps white, because now I have a pawn on e4, and my bishop is reinforced, stopping your bishop. And now that my king runs to this side, you can never check me and I can never do anything. So I think the rest of the game was really well played by white. And king d6 is a very unfortunate blunder, because now your entire king side falls because your bishops are just on the other side of the board. And he just takes everything. He just literally took every pawn. And now the pawns are simply queen
Too
in.
much.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Yeah, really heartbreaking way for the game to end. But it is Armageddon, and it is what happens when there are not that many pieces on the board, when there's not that many minutes on the clock. And
It's been determined that Bach will be playing with the white pieces against Sam Sevian. So colors have been determined. Bach is going to be playing white.
so he's in a must-win situation. So Sevian once again has the draw odds, and both players coming off of a win. Sam Sevian defending, actually he wasn't defending, he was always on the better side of that position. And Benjamin Bach coming off a win in this time scramble and keeping his nerves and doing a really good job of converting that game and turning the tables. So this is going to be a very close
Yeah.
game.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize fund again, because they are playing for quite a bit of money in the final. First place is $6,000, and second place will be a combination from second through fifth of all the prizes added up and divided. So it's about 26.25.
Yeah, so this is the money game. The winner takes $6,000 and the non-winner takes $2,600. So this is, there's $3,500 on the line in one Armageddon game. But this is how it works. We have to have a winner. People like to see winners.
There
Someone
must be
has
blood.
clear winner.
No
So-
chops in this tournament.
I see Sam is already sitting at the board and Benjamin is not there yet. We're going to start the game any
What-
second now.
What's your prediction for this game?
My prediction. I
You've
think-
asked me every time.
I think I'm picking Sam. I don't know how it will happen,
Mhm.
but I'll pick Sam.
Sam? Yeah, it's hard to root against Sam based off his performance in the last game.
See, you just changed your opinion so quickly. You're like, oh, archbishops, and you're like, no, enough archbishops.
I'm rooting for Bach, but I think Sam will win.
All right, let's see. The bishop takes c5. Again, I think Black's position is very comfortable. Castles. I'm not getting the moves yet, but
Yeah.
I should be able to in a few minutes.
Everyone has chosen a slow setup with White in this Armageddon game. I do like White's position here. I think after Black moves his bishop, White will play something like c4, and I think you get something close to a Queen's Gambit accepted.
So playing some offbeat openings does make sense, because if you play a lot of theory and you let your opponent get a lot of moves in immediately, then that's very helpful for them because they are low on the time, so they make a lot of moves. So if Black can get in e5, he'll be very happy, but now the rooks will go to d1 and c1, and c4 will come, and it's a matter of where Black is going to be putting his queen.
Black has chosen to play bishop d3 and queen c2, so I wonder if now he's opting for e4 instead of c4. So his last few moves indicated that e4 was the preferred setup for him, but also b5 sort of just outright prevented c4 from being a move.
So, and I wonder if at some point he's going to play e5, close the position, which of course will also block his bishop, but at the same time, maybe there will be some hopes of the attacks. I think h4 will come at some point with the idea of e5, knight g5 maybe.
Yeah, I think e5, maybe you can try knight h5 with the idea that knight f4 is coming. I'm not totally sure.
I don't love my knight being so loose, maybe g3 and then the knight jumps, but Benjamin's spending a lot of time in this position, so he has some kind of decision to make. So he decides to take a big decision. So knight d5, now we have those two menacing bishops, and now the queen will end up on the king side. So
G6, yeah. This diagonal is going to be very weak, and Black needs to be very careful not to blunder tactics associated with the bishop on b2.
Now c4 comes, now that the d5 pawn is gone, c4 is on the board. And this position is starting to feel comfortable for White. Now the rook will go on d1. White just has a lot of central pressure. Rook d1, bishop somewhere, and just a lot of squares. So if we take, you cannot take with the queen because knight d6 are... so you will take with the knight, and then maybe queen h4 will come.
Right. If the queen goes to h4...
Oh, with the queen.
Oh, wow. But yeah, as you pointed out, knight d6 looks looks like a good move, and at the very least, we might be able to win a pawn. Oh, we
Oh,
both.
knight c3.
Yeah, we both
Oh.
missed.
Okay,
this
so then
probably.
that means queen f6 is a good move, but
Mhm.
a lot of moves are coming.
Yeah, Sam is very accurate with his calculations, even in time pressure.
What did Benjamin play? He played rook c1.
Okay, so it seems like Sam has rerouted his knight from e7 and is planning to go to f5. Yeah,
He did that in the last game too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the same maneuvers keep popping up throughout this entire tournament.
What is the time
Maybe knight
difference?
a5. Yeah, that's
Ooh,
what I'm gonna say.
Very nice. Exchanges. Black just wants to exchange, but still, it's this a6 pawn may become a bit of weakness. Don't forget the bishop on f1. But generally, I think this exchanges should be good for black, getting rid of some of the tension.
Yeah, knight f5 might run into a move like queen to b6, which targets all of the. Oh wow! So he indicated he wanted to play bishop c6, but instead has played the move bishop to d5.
And I don't think he wants to take the knight on c4. Okay, exchanges are happening. The bishop hangs, but now the a6 pawn hangs too.
So
Is there some queen b2 line?
yeah, queen b2 has been played. I
My
guess.
bar tells me it's a mistake, but I have no idea why, because it looks like a normal move to me. What did he do?
Yeah, he played
Knight
knight a4. So booting the queen out of
Will he go?
b2. So yeah, this doesn't feel great, because if we can just take a6 somehow, then
Can I
our
just
positions
check?
will be very nice.
Knight f5, but is this a big deal? There's some back rank issues. I see that maybe knight h4, knight f3 can
Mhm.
lead to checkmate.
Oh, knight f4, knight h4, knight f3 is a good idea, because if takes, then queen g5 could fork the king and rook on c1.
So I'm not getting the move, so
Oh.
let's see what's on the board.
Yeah, queen g5, and yeah, now white needs to be really careful about his pawn on g2, because there's only the bishop on f1 defending, and lots of tactics could happen.
But I don't see how white is going to hang on to this. A6 pawn. How do you defend this pawn? Because if as long as I keep my queen on the third, any knight h4 will be met with queen g3, and otherwise, oh, c5. Okay, I get an answer to my question. I stopped receiving moves on my end, unfortunately. Oh no, I'm receiving them again. Knight d7. Oh, knight f6.
Oof.
Knight f6 is a huge threat, and very hard to meet this move because
Yeah, bishop
king
g2 doesn't
cannot
work.
go to f8. Yeah. Now we're running into some huge tactical problems, and the clocks are getting even, but the positionally this is looking really bad. Knight f6 taking on d5 is an option, and after knight f6 the king just does not have a move because the queen will be hanging.
Yeah. Oh, that's a funny tactic. Knight f6, knight h7. I saw the other idea, which was to just take on d5 and play queen h8 and take the rook on c8. So there are a lot of threats in this position for white. Maybe you have to play a move like f6 and king f7, but I don't really believe.
Bishop b3.
Mm.
Okay.
It feels like this runs into knight f6 and your knight h7 move.
Knight f6, and then I think I know what his idea is. Ooh.
Oh my.
Oh, this is his
Oh,
idea.
wow.
Is there a fortress? Can we take on a5?
I don't.
And the pawn is running. The bishop on f1. What an annoying piece. Is rook c1 an option at all?
Yeah, I think that the position would be a draw if the knight on f5 were traded for the bishop. Whoa. He's a very professional. Players, when they knock over their pieces in this event, pick them back up.
Yeah, it's actually a pet peeve of mine when people don't do it.
Yeah, me too, of course.
Queen e7. Oh, the speed.
Yeah, then-
Something is going to fall. The knight will move. Queen b7 will pick up a piece.
Yeah, when you're playing against the queen, you
Oh,
really
yeah.
want your pieces to be defended and not able to be attacked. The knight on d6 is just hanging to all sorts of things.
You also want to have more pieces.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
general,
that-
when you're playing against a queen, you
Yeah,
want to have
yeah.
way more than this.
Ideally.
Ooh, he grabs the queen. The confidence. And Sam is low on the clock, and the position looks lost at this point. And this looks like white is cruising. I don't see what black can do at this point.
Yeah, black is just in massive trouble. a7 is. You might even be. No, I mean a7 is just coming and it's over.
Yeah, no reason to be fancy or anything. Knight c8. He gives up this too. Okay, keeps the game going. Oh, he has an option.
Oh
Picks
yeah,
up
he
the
takes the
bishop. Very
bishop,
nice,
of course. Yeah,
the knight is just so useless.
yeah. The bishop could have come to d5 and made his life hard, but now it's just over. Oh yeah,
my goodness.
Fork at the end.
Wow, nice win by Benjamin Bach.
Yeah, congratulations to Benjamin Bach winning the tournament. He was in a bit of trouble in his previous game against Yasser Quesada Perez, but yeah, Benjamin Bach won $6,000 from that game. Just an incredible performance.
Yeah, and his decision to make a quick draw today paid off. It did not pay off for his opponent, who lost to Sam Sevian, but a really nice victory by him. He won some really spectacular games in this tournament, and actually we forgot to mention that he beat Sevian in the classical portion of the tournament, and once again he beat him in the Armageddon, so that's one memorable game that I have. That he was talking about, and the other one was against Yasser Quesada Perez, where he had that queen versus 3 pieces. So we know he has a lot of experience playing with a queen against minors. So he's done, he knows how to win this position. So really great performance by him, winning this super strong tournament with a +1 score and winning both of the games in the Armageddon. So congratulations to Benjamin.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for an interview, it's important to mention that our next tournament is going to be the Superbet Blitz, I believe, which will, Superbet Chess Classic, my mistake, which will be happening May 6th.
And this is the first stop of the 2023 Grand Chess Tour, and which the tour is going to be 5 tournaments, starting in Romania and ending in St. Louis. The last 2 tournaments will be the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup, which will take place in November in St. Louis. So this is going to be a very exciting tour, including many of the top players, not Magnus Carlsen, but the newly crowned world champion will play, as both Dinglerand and Yanni Pomnici are scheduled to play in the tour.
So let's go ahead and take a look at what that would look like.
It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 8th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinquefield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Dariusz Swiercz. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with Benjamin Bug, who just won the Armageddon, 2 Armageddons to clinch the title for Group A. So congratulations, Benjamin. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. That's all. Yeah, it feels amazing, feels great, of course, to win the event. I knew it was not going to be easy, and I felt like my main competitor was going to be Sevian. I've actually also played him in the World Cup in 2021, and the match had also went down to the wire. So it feels great to get my revenge, and it feels great to win the event overall.
And you started the tournament with a loss, actually, right? And then you had a few draws, and then you won 2 games in a row, and you played one of probably the best games of the tournament, as you described it, the perfect game where you had that amazing preparation, and then you won that bishop versus knight position. And then today you decided to make a quick draw. Were you hoping you'd go into tie breaks? Did you think you had a better chance, or why didn't you want to try beating your opponent?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, I felt like I just kind of wanted to get the tournament over with. I felt like I played a good event. I didn't want to spoil it in the last round, and I figured, okay, in the tiebreak, I'll get my chances. Of course, I knew that a lot of people could join for a tiebreak. Up to 6 people. That ended up being 5, and I wasn't even sure what the format was gonna be. But yeah, I figured, okay, I just wanted to lock in shared first and a good event. And yeah, that was basically my thought process going into the game. Like I just didn't want to take big risks into going into this game. And yeah, he ended up playing very solidly. And so yeah, and then we went for this repetition, and I was fine with it. So I don't necessarily have any real regrets.
Well, not after this, right?
Not after this, of course, but even after the game, even when I saw many people winning, I kind of regretted not winning yesterday against Mishra. That was a little bit annoying because I felt like I had great chances to win that game, and if I win that game, I think I have great chances to win the event. But yeah, today I felt like just playing it solid, and we'll see what happens in the tie-break.
So when you finished your game, what kind of tie-break were you expecting? So you probably thought that Christopher would draw, or you didn't think he would win with the black pieces, right? There was probably a thought process. So what kind of realistically, what were you expecting? Because it's hard to expect so many players to win and have this huge tie-break, right?
Yeah, so by the time I finished my game, I thought that, well, first I thought Christopher Yu was a bit worse, and then he got a better position, and then he blundered. So yeah, when he got a better position, I was a little bit worried. I was thinking like, oh, I hope he doesn't win and just win the event overall. And then he blundered, and of course, that's very unfortunate for him, but I was happy to see it. Yeah, it was. I thought there's a good chance that at least one player would join. Like two, you never know. But I thought that there would be a good chance we would play a tiebreak with 4 players. But yeah, I've never had an event where there's a 5-way tie for first, and 5 out of 9 wins you the event.
Yeah, it's like half of the tournament ties for first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a very tightly contested tournament. And let's talk about this Armageddon. So in your first game, so you actually got seeded into the next round because of a good tiebreak, so you didn't play the first game. And you chose to play white, and you actually chose to play white in both games. So why did you choose to play white instead of getting the draws?
I feel like it's just a little bit easier to play with white. You have an extra minute on the clock, which definitely counts for something, and you get the white pieces. And I figure with white, I'm just going to go all out and try to play quickly, try to put as much pressure as possible. Whereas with black, you can easily start hesitating, like, should I play solid? Should I play for the win? So I feel like it's, in a way, easier to play with white, like you know what you have to do. And I feel like 1 minute is definitely a significant advantage, especially over the board. When you play online, you can make up with pre-moves at the end, but over the board, if you have 10 seconds against 30, you're just going to lose.
And I think 5 versus 4, white has a huge advantage, right? Because the time is so little. So at which point do you think that it becomes a little more even with the time difference?
It's a very good question. So I think at World Cups, they often have the time control where white gets 5 minutes and black gets 4 minutes. But there is 2 seconds of increment after move 60. So I asked Mike whether there was an increment at any point during the game, and he said no. So then I knew, okay, I'm just going to pick white. I think maybe something like 6 versus 5 is around even, but I think 5 versus 4, white should definitely have an advantage.
So you think this increment makes a huge difference? Because we had this conversation during last year American Cup, and Levan was very insistent about this increment because he thought at some point it's just not chess anymore because we see these games, right? The pieces rolling. And so you think without increment, you just always choose white in this time control?
I think 5 versus 4, you should pick white, yeah.
So let's quickly talk about your games. So they were very quick games. I don't know how much of it you remember because I know it's pure adrenaline. So in this first game, so the position, let's go to this bishop endgame. So at this point, when all of this a5 happens, how are you feeling here?
I wasn't too happy here. Like, I'm still up like 30 or 20 seconds on the clock, but it's difficult to win, and he's just completely fine. So it's very difficult to win. I wasn't too happy here, but at some point he kept spending time, and yeah, if we keep going. So I thought like here I'm definitely a favorite, or I don't know if I was a favorite to lose, but I mean I still have the time, which always counts for something. So I wasn't too happy here, but at some point, okay, so a4, I got my pawn up, but he just stops it. I mean, I still have like 20 seconds on the clock, which is definitely something. So bishop a6, I go king up, a3, king up, king d7, king f5, he takes, bishop c3. I mean, right around here, so bishop d3, e4, I feel like it cannot be good for me, but as you see, I have 1 minute and 13 seconds. He's got 50 seconds. And it's not clear to me how he's going to promote the pawn. Like, he can go bishop b1 and a2, but my moves are very easy. I go king g6, I take on g7, and in the worst case, I can give up one of my bishops, take all his kingside pawns, hope for something, and of course I always have the time. So I wasn't necessarily too concerned here. And then, of course, when he played king d6, he blundered a pawn.
Yeah, this was
and
heartbreaking
then I
moment.
think it's just over because I'm up 20 seconds and his kingside just collapses. So this is just over.
Yeah, this was a really heartbreaking moment because we
Yeah.
felt like he was defending, he was playing so well, and there was another moment he could have just blundered when he went bishop a6 because, you know,
Oh, yeah,
first
king
you go
d7,
ahead, bishop e6 all of a sudden, and then he found, I feel like he kind of found bishop a6, and then king d6, which is pretty heartbreaking to see because, you know, he just played so hard this whole
Yeah.
game, and he also played such a long game to qualify to
Yeah.
this tie-break, so it was just really amazing to see him fight so hard. And as you mentioned, the time advantage was really big. And in your second game, you also chose white against Sam. So and you didn't play anything too theoretical, right? You just
Well, this line has some venom to it, and I always see Hikaru play this online, so that was kind of my inspiration going into the game. And like, you know, white keeps the pieces on the board. It's a little bit easier to play for white. And I think like right around here after bishop e7, and the good thing was I think after e3 on the second move, like I got Sam thinking at least for a little bit, whereas he's super booked up, and that gave me an edge on the clock. Like I think very quickly I was not at 1 minute, but like 1 minute and 30 seconds, 1 minute and 20 seconds, and that's definitely what you want. So I was happy with what I got out of the opening.
like some around
Yeah,
here.
so here, yeah, it all looks pretty good. I go e4, rook c8, rook fe1. Perhaps at some point I just have to go e5, you know, kick the knight away. So,
Maybe.
and yeah, again, like if you look at the clock, I'm up like more than a minute, so a minute and 10 seconds. But to me, it looked good to, after queen b6, to take on d5, but yeah, so he takes. I think all of this is fine, queen e4, g6, c4, all of this looks good, take. And the one thing though is that I took a long time for e takes d5. And again, like I'm still up on the clock. Yeah, like 30 seconds. 30 seconds, like you shouldn't, like, I was talking with a friend before the game and he told me like never spend a minute in an Armageddon game.
Yeah, minute is your advantage, right? You
yeah.
cannot just spend it.
But of course
So were you considering e5?
I wasn't really considering e5. Like I like the fact that I have my two bishops on the diagonal. So
Yeah.
I like this idea of takes and queen e4, and it's kind of awkward for him to protect. And yeah, I saw c4, so he takes queen d8. Yeah, all of this looks really good. And then when he played bishop f6, I initially missed it after takes. I kind of go knight d6 because he goes knight c3. But I still like my position. Like after rook c1, I think I always have some pressure. But yeah, my time advantage was dwindling here. Like here I'm up like 30 seconds and he gets a fine position. But rook fd8 looks pretty logical. Bishop f1 I thought was a good move. 97. I don't know if 95 was good. But I mean, I still have some pressure. But again, like I don't have as much of an edge on the clock anymore. And then he got his pieces pretty active. So 95, knight a5, queen e3. So he took, and bishop d5. I went knight b6. So he took queen b2. Maybe I think like at some point I should just take the pawn on a6. And I don't know. That's definitely the difference between like classical and blitz. Like in a classical game, you just calculate. In the blitz game, you're like, well, you know, maybe he will start creating some threats, or I don't know. Like you want to keep some sort of control, but of course that's difficult. So he went, there.
But this just looks so nice for you because your king
Yeah.
looks so safe, and this knight on c5 is just beautiful.
Yeah, so knight f5. But yeah, around here time was even, so that was definitely a bit concerning. But okay, queen c3, I thought the endgame should be good for me. Then rook d1. I think I'm still better here. Like I have the advantage on the board, but of course I'd like to have both, like the advantage on the clock and on the board.
So what happens if you take just knight h4?
Yeah, I'm just asking for something to happen. Like that's,
Yeah.
and I thought, okay, with rook d1, at least I pin his bishop. So it's going to be difficult for him to unleash some sort of tactic. You know, rook c8, and queen e5 to me looked very pleasant. And I already saw this idea of knight d7 to f6. But again, like time is even, so pretty much anything can happen. But then he played a5 quickly. I played knight d7, and I think here he's just in a world of trouble. Like knight f6 is a major threat if he ever goes like king h8. I take on d5 or like knight e4. So already I didn't see move for him, and here he was thinking for a long time. I don't know how long. Yeah, he spent almost a minute. He spent almost a minute, and that pretty much says. So yeah, after 97, I think it's just over, at least practically, especially after he took so long.
Did you already at the board? Did you feel like you have this in the game, or you were just still?
I mean, I thought like, oh, this is looking really good, but of course you can never relax. You should stay focused till the very end. But I mean, knight f6 is coming. Like if you have this in a blitz game, you win this like 99% of the time. But he plays there, knight f6, takes, and yeah, here I pretty much knew it was over. Like I'm up 30 seconds. I have that a pawn running down the board. And I was pretty happy with how I converted the game. I thought after bishop b3, g4 was super accurate. Like the knight has to move, and here all of his pieces are loose. So that's also another thing for him. Like it's very difficult for him not to drop more material. If he moves the knight, and often queen b7, and all of his stuff is hanging, and then
this is you just attack every single piece.
Yeah, and rook c3, or rook c3, I can just take the knight. But never mind. Okay, so yeah, rook c6, and now I just push the pawn, and yeah, on top of that he had no time. So.
I like here how you took the bishop. I appreciated this a lot because this knight is just so bad that you just take the bishop.
Yeah, and with 1 minute against 19 seconds.
And then you picked up another piece and it was game over. Yeah, this was a very dominant performance by you. And you do win clear first place, picking up $6,000. So there was no tie for you. This was a big money round. So what is next for you?
I don't know yet. It's a good question. So yeah, I don't play a whole lot over the board anymore, but this event definitely got me, fired up again. I want to play more, but it's kind of funny. Like you said, I lost the first round, and then the second round I also played terrible, and I'm thinking to myself like, okay, why am I playing this tournament? But starting from round 3, I got into it. I felt like I played good chess, and I knew eventually my chances are going to come, and I took them. My next tournament, I don't know. Like over the summer, there will be the Dutch championship. Since I've never won it, I definitely want to win it at least one time, in my career before I retire. So yeah, that's definitely on my radar. For the rest, I don't know. Like, there's these.
What about World Cup?
Unfortunately, I didn't qualify. Like I didn't play the European Championship, and that was my one chance to qualify. So hey, maybe if Fida is watching, they can give me a wild card. But yeah, no, I definitely want to play more chess again. I want to try to push for the top 100, try to push for 2650. I think it's definitely possible. And beyond that, of course, it's not going to be easy. But I definitely want to play more over the board chess and shift my focus a little bit more to that.
I feel like this is the cycle of chess when you're not a professional player. Like, you don't play and you're like, what, chess is so hard. Then you have one good tournament and then you get so inspired and then you start playing again and then you play badly and then you're like, no.
Well, often what happens to people is that they play a lot and they're like, oh, this is so tiring, this is stressful. And then they start missing it, right? And then they play and they're like, oh, this is so difficult. And they go back into retirement. But yeah, I definitely have been missing it every time like there's a big event going on, like Tatev Steel Chess. I'm kind of like, I kind of wish I was there. So now I'm here again, and yeah, I think also for myself, like with every event I play, I feel like there's always something I learn, not just from playing, but also all the preparation. That's the great thing about these events, because a lot of these tournaments in the US, you play 2 rounds a day, and you wake up, you prepare some line, and you go and play, and then before you know it, like your game finishes, you have to eat something and you play again. But with these kind of events, I feel like it definitely gives players to push their game to the next level. And so that's why I think it's great for players like Mishra or Christopher Yu, who are still very, very young, to play in these, and all the other prodigies in the B group as well. So I think these events are great, and yeah, maybe I'll play in the Summer Classic as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, because I think there's a rating group that just, you're in the middle. You don't get invited to these top tournaments, and then you're grinding this open tournaments, and that's so difficult. And if you're not playing a lot, what are you doing? Are you streaming more? You're teaching?
Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm teaching. I put all my lessons on hold during this event, so sorry to my to my students. I'll pick up again. Probably from tomorrow. And yeah, I think I'll do a stream tonight to celebrate. Besides that, they're having these Olympic online Olympic esports qualifiers, which started today. I think there's also some tomorrow, so I think I'll play in those as well. So yeah, lots of chess coming up.
Online chess, mostly. Well, best of luck to you. Again, congratulations on winning this event. Hopefully it does inspire you to play more over the board, and looking forward to seeing you here more. And that was the winner of Group A, Benjamin Bach, who won two Armageddon games to clinch the title. And we do have the full standings of Group B. We did crown the champion very early on, as Felix Blohberger did finish his game early. But let's take a look at how this tournament ended. So in 10th place, we have Kirk Ghazarian with 2.5 points. And in the 9th place, we have Balaji Daggupati with 3.5. 8th place, Gergely Kantor, and then three-way tie between Viktor Mikhalevski, Gleb Dudin, and Akshat Chandra. And Viktor Mikhalevski, as we keep saying, he's been the most combative player in this tournament, winning his game, finishing at 4.5. And a three-way tie for 2nd place, Jason Liang, who was fighting for 1st place today, unfortunately lost his game. And Dambasuren Batsuren joined him with a draw, and so did Luka Budisavljevic. And of course, the winner of Group B, Felix Blohberger, with a dominant performance. He won $4,000 going into this round. His performance was 26.92, and at least probably dropped a bit, but still over 2,600 performance and a very strong finish. And in Group A, we saw this exhilarating Armageddon, but let's see where everyone else finished in. We had a very tight tournament. As we see, the difference between 1st place and last place is only 1.5. So we have Daniel Dardha and Abhi Mishra, who finished with 3.5, Nodirbek Yakubboev at 4 points, and we have Illia Nyzhnyk, very solid performance, all draws with 4.5, and Christopher Yu, who was tied for 1st place for most of the tournament. He unfortunately lost his game today and dropped to tie for 6th place. And of course, we have this huge tie for 1st place between Sevian, Benjamin Gledura, Dariusz Swiercz, Benjamin Bach, and Yasser Quesada, all of whom scored 5 points. And of course, our big winner of Group A is Benjamin Bach. And as we saw, he won 2 Armageddon games. We did have very exciting playoff today between 5 players. We saw Benjamin Bach defeating Yasser Quesada Press in the 1st game, and then in the 2nd game he defeated Sevian. So that was a very exciting day for us. And many thanks to our crew for all their help in making this show happen. Really appreciate everyone behind the scenes, running the cameras from the playing hall, and my co-commentator Julian Proleiko, who had to leave. But thank you everyone for making this show happen, and thank you everyone for joining us. And we really appreciate you guys being here with us and watching this exciting tournament. Don't forget, our next tournament is going to be the first stop of the Grand Chess Tour. Will be the Romania Superbet Classic. So please join us on May 6th on the same channel. There will be live coverage, and we look forward to having you there.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.